time today. For once. Ah, shit. The infamous Mike Hadley is playing in this challenge today. If anybody knows, he's a local goblins expert from Arizona. This hand has a turn 1 Reclaimer. Cloudpost is not the greatest land to have when you don't have any other untapped sources, though, and this Kozilek essentially makes it like a 6-card hand. So I think we can do a little bit better. Yeah, not to mention the first 7, just like 2 lands to start is probably not good enough. I'm regretting it kind of now, but that's alright. Yeah, I guess a second green source can go back. Yeah, just gonna play the map out here. Kind of considering just holding the crop rotation up with the forest. Since we're on 5 cards, our best chance might be to seal in if they're like a deck that can like get got by crop rotation. But as long as we don't have to do that this turn, we're better off of playing this map. It's a bad sign for us, though. I bet you this is like Doomsday. Possibly Ant, I guess. Yeah, since I suspect this is like some sort of combo deck, I'm probably just going to search a Thespian stage with this map rather than Cloudpost. And just hope we could win with like a crop ride into Dark Depths. Hopefully they'll do like something else on their turn to help us figure out what they're on. It's unfortunate. I guess I should just crop right now. Yeah. Okay, 4 pitching days. Yeah, I suspect this is Doomsday, probably. Can't think of what else would start with 2 Underground Seas. Plus have Thoughtseize and like blue counters. they're like stumbling and just like dirtling a ton, it might be better to just go get a Cloudpost with this map rather than like waiting for another part of this depths combo. I guess I can just hold off on playing or using the map for now. No, I'm trying to figure it out, and I think it's Doomsday, I would suspect. Like 3 Underground Seas. They have blue counters, they have Thoughtseize. I should probably just try and 2 cards top. Probably just gonna get Thespian Stage here. If we're not just dead. And just pray we like draw into something that gets us Dark Depths. Like the alternative is just to get Cloudpost and hope we live long enough to get drawn to something useful later. If we get like an expedition map, we can at least like threaten depths later. I feel like we're probably just dead next turn though. Dark Depths. Damn, 4 switching days. If I had meaningful spells, I'd definitely fine with that. I would have played Bog if they had like even like 1 cycler in the graveyard. Maybe hope to take them off of like their combo ability by doing that, or one of their ways to finish the game. And I wish I had gotten a Cloudpost. Alright, let's play the Bog now in case we draw like prime time. I mean, they get 2 cards on top if they're preordained, so this is kind of surprising. Yeah, I don't think they fit anything with like 3 discard spells. No, they didn't shuffle. It's bad. I'm sure. And one of the Doomsday lists I saw in like the deck dump, I'm probably just dead here. It had, I think it was just 4 Doomsdays and 4 personal tutors. That really, some portal card that's like a mystical tutor. Sure, other people saw that list. Seems to be like a ton of different ways you could choose to build this deck. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, if we don't die here, we're gonna die next turn. Like, 100%. So I don't think we have a chance here. The only thing we could maybe draw is like a Pithing Needle. And maybe buy ourselves a couple more turns to then draw like a threat the turn after that. Yeah, that map that I used to get a stage. Like in hindsight, I should have gotten a Cloudpost. I guess even that wouldn't have gotten us to Kozilek mana at this point. But it made more sense that we had more outs to like get to Dark Depths rather than having enough time to live to get a threat down. That's like big. Anything spicy looking here? Don't think so. Didn't even need the LED, so it's likely just a bunch of cyclers. That's a shame. I was thinking like the best thing we could probably draw would be like Walking Ballista there. There's no way we just don't die next turn. Even left a card left in the library in case I was running. Oh, they didn't. Let's just scare him with this crop rotation. I could have Mikokuro. Save me Glacial Chasm. Alright, well, we got our worst possible matchup round 1. At least we'll probably be done quickly, so we can just get to a league match. It's okay. We ran pretty hot matchup-wise yesterday, so I feel like we're kind of overdue for some combo matchups at some point. I don't think Force of Vigor is probably worth bringing at all. Like maybe snagging an out-of-place LED or something. Actually, probably is worth it, just considering we don't have much else better. And if they know about Mindbreak Trap, I think they'd be more concerned about that, so they might get to the point where they decide to play out like some Lotus Petals over like multiple turns. Okay, let's see. Chasm. Maze. Yeah, so I want at least these 6 cards. Maybe Carpets just to like hopefully get like a really quick Dark Depths off. Or just to like get pressure out quickly. Yeah, I think Carpets are going to be worth better than Force of Vigors actually. But definitely these 6 cards. And if I don't just take out all of these, I think yeah, let's take them all out. And just go for some either early pressure or just some disruption entirely. Not saying it's great, it's just I think that's the best we could do. Yeah, I feel like Needle's one of the better cards, honestly, in the matchup. So that should tell you how poor this matchup is. XQC Dog Food, thanks for the follow. I actually started this challenge on time, everybody, so we're not behind on time, and since we're probably going to die quickly, we can just get to a league immediately after we lose this. It's probably worth keeping. We find like a Reclaimer with us Once Upon a Time, we could at least have our Dark Depths ready to go. Because I feel like if we wanted to, like, say, mull down to, like, a Mindbreak Trap, we'd have to have multiple traps then in hand, because they're just gonna, like, duress us anyway, so. Plus this has, like, our awesome disruption, Pithing Needle. It's not awesome, it just does something. But yeah, I'd like to find Reclaimer off this. Yep. And we'll just play this turn 1, and then Needle next turn. I feel like there's a good chance to get like Thoughtseize though. So they have two different cyclers, Street Wraith and Edge of Autumn. If I thought the game plan was going to be to try and like whittle down their life total, maybe with like a Reclaimer beatdown, then I would name Edge of Autumn just to force them to use the life loss cycler. But they run more Street Wraiths typically than Edges, so, and since I can't really pressure their life total much this game, or I don't think I will be able to, then I should probably just say Street Wraith. Just trying to decide if it's worth getting Stage this turn. And that way if they play an Island next turn and I draw a Carpet, I can at least get a Dark Depths into play. But just getting the Disruption down now is probably more important. Like, they might not have the fastest hand if they started with base. I actually don't know that. Yeah, let's just do Needle this turn. If I draw a Carpet next turn, this will have ended up being the worst play. But yeah, maybe I should have. It would require two things, though. Like us to draw a Carpet and then to play another Island. Versus just like a guaranteed Disruption. If you call this like a guaranteed or Disruption. There's their Island. We just dead. Red. Oh shit. A Braid. Yeah. I guess just Glimmerpost. Sorry, I'll stop scrolling the mouse wheel. No, it's annoying. One card top, one card bottom. No, not my one interaction piece. I don't know if it's better to play that out there on the second cycler, or just keep the last card of Mystery. Because I could definitely just combo via spells, not need to use cyclers if they really want to. Yeah, like, unless it's like a Reclaimer next turn, if we get another turn, we should keep the last card of Mystery. Yeah, I think so still. The Bog here, I guess, in case we draw Primetime next turn. How are we not dead this quickly yet? I think we had way too much time in this game. There we go. Probably Brainstorm. STL Dream Crusher is crushing our dreams of top 8ing another challenge. Still gonna play out as long as we're like in the money for this event. Well rested now, so definitely ready for like a pretty long stream. And we started a league yesterday. We're still undefeated in, so we can get to that afterwards. Yeah, we're not completely crushed, but up against the ropes from the very start for sure. I used to run like Mikokuro in the sideboard for like to try and get these Doomsday opponents, but it never worked out. I just decided just accepted that we're not going to beat this deck. I think the best game plan against them is to just like, if you can't just get a quick Dark Depths, and probably just try and pressure the life total with like cheap threats. I think that would be like give us the best possible chance of like possibly winning. Even the Mikokuro, they could still play around it by leaving a card in their library. This was an interesting thought experiment. Even after having the Mikokuro in the sideboard and showing up in lists, and like even though it didn't end up ever working against Doomsday opponents, they started like leaving a card every time against me. It's like they knew about it. And considering how there's like experts of different decks like this, like they're well aware of like the meaningful cards of every other opposing archetype. Yeah, look, they don't even need their cyclers here. This wouldn't even be a bad matchup to have like Collector Roof. And turn off the pedals and LEDs. Just show me the card. Yeah, let's start a league match. Took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but yeah, playing in between rounds, it's better to do it earlier in the event when the rounds are going to go longer with more people still in. Like, I bet one of these 28 matches will probably go like 30 more minutes. This is really good. I'm actually to name it Elf with this Cavern and just guarantee the Reclaimer, since we got nothing else going on. Generally, I never like to use the Cavern on that if I don't have to. Save it for like prime time, but since we have no other action, it's fine to do this. Doomsday again. It's the Urza deck. This is definitely beatable. I feel like we're probably going to lose this first game, but post-board, we have a lot of good interaction. Easy. I think I need to probably Karakas bounce the Urza first thing. Yeah, that was a good start. Let's try and force them to spend their mana next turn on recasting the Urza. Island. I can also just Bog also with this crop run now. Or no, I can't. Because I played, yeah, I got screwed by not playing that forest there, turn 1. No, I liked the reasoning at least. And look at an activation out of this, but I think it's fine. I'm probably going to have to get Glacial Chasm to survive these at some point this game. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we didn't even know they were on this, so... Definitely seen turn 1 Reclaimer get forced before. I think this is going to be a turn where we get Chasm. And Karakas is just going to keep them off of Urza. And I like saving the Needle for Karn. Yeah, I think we need to get Chasm this turn. Just keep bouncing that. Just give them an artifact still. I was hoping to get a chance to Bog at some point to get that to stop. Like, the alternative to Needle and Karn could just be Urza. But if at any point they, like, draw a new hand, like, Karn's, like, by far the worst thing they could do against us. It's gonna be annoying. It takes away our Dark Depths kill. I'm gonna Needle Karn here. Hey, thank you, Waterfalls. Good luck to you too if you're in this. Hey, so I want to play your list at some point, maybe tomorrow. But if there's like a time when it's best for you, definitely wait till when you can watch it. Yeah, we're definitely bouncing it. I'm just gonna give them like infinite constructs if they want it. Maybe we just take away Karn. Just not give up Chasm until we're ready to win. So we have like a good amount of lands to do that, so I think we could definitely get this one. Yeah, I'm 0-1 also. I played against Doomsday round 1. Worst possible matchup. This is just a league that we started yesterday. And really thought this would go faster. Oh yeah, Trickbine's that was one of my old favorites when I used to run blue. It's uncounterable stifle. It's pretty useful. Yeah, I would consider even running like Stifle or Flusterstorm with the blue version. But yeah, Waterfalls, like I was saying, like if there's like a time, I'm thinking of streaming a couple leagues tomorrow. I don't know if you were able to watch on Mondays, but might thinking about running it tomorrow. I do need to pick up or find somebody to loan me Euros though. There's somebody in the chat yesterday that said they would tweet me, but I don't know if they did. I don't want to use this crop rotation. Like I know they don't have Wasteland, Force of Will. Let's see, we'll go to 1. Yeah, because I don't have the mana to activate Reclaimer, so it's just crop rot right now. Yeah, I don't actually have a Mana Traders account. Maybe this isn't even the best thing to Karakas bounce at this point. There's I don't know. The most important thing is that I want to get these lands down before they take our hand away. Like, luckily they don't have the Hold Reacher out just yet. I think if we don't have to discard our hand though, I think we got this game. The worst part about all this is it's just they're going to spin Urza and take a lot of time. I don't want to be double queuing here, but next Reclaimer activation will get a Thespian stage, so we can reset the Chasm the turn after that. So I kind of want to draw a third land or a different land this next go. And I don't really want to give up the Karakas because if we do end up winning this game, I think it's going to involve going infinite with Emrakul. And they just have too much of a board. We'll have to do that. There's Echo. Okay. Alright, we might be in trouble now. So we won't have lands. Or we're very likely to lose our hand here. It's a choose the whole broocher thing. Could have needled Karn or Urza to stop this, but Karn's just the most threatening thing. Like if they got to this point with a Karn, we'd like definitely lose. Oh, nice Leviathan. What were we playing against? I feel like they're a Delver opponent, right? Let me know what happened. That sounds like a game-winning plan. Oh, D&T, nice. Yeah, I got the exact worst Leviathan, the opposite. I got Doomsday round 1. No, you're not wrong about Tabernacle. I'm actually not even going to bring it in at all, I don't think. Yeah. I feel like we were due for a Doomsday opponent. And it's been a while since I played against that. If I draw a land for my draw step next turn, we shouldn't concede. But if I don't, then I'm just gonna go to game 2 here. They also could have Blast Zone. I've seen that in these lists sometimes. Yeah, I hope you can dodge them. The Dream Crusher will crush your dream as well, if you have to play against him. Man, even though we didn't top 8th yesterday, the challenge, that one was pretty fun. The whole event. Oh hey, Big Bad Ogre. Yeah, good games. I lived like way longer than I should have, probably anyway, so. But you are like my worst possible matchup. It's like what you sign up for if you decide to play post. Definitely lose to Doomsday. Most other spell-based combo. But yeah, good luck with the rest of the tournament. Oh, I thought I modded you. Definitely do that for you. Might have been a different Leviathan. It's also just possible I like fucked something up. It's probably more likely. Oh, nice. Yeah, Doomsday seems like a rewarding deck to learn. Like a lot to it. Figuring out like specific matchup specific things. Plus it gives you a lot of creativity, like with deck building. I was saying during the round, like the last deck dump had, I think there was a list with like 4 personal tutors and 4 Doomsdays. Yeah, that's what you would expect, basic swamps. It'll be an event if it's not this deck. Sphere, like Trinisphere or Sphere of Resistance. I think it would be better than most of the things we do have, but it wouldn't be that great though. Yeah, they might, but we'll just definitely die to combat if I don't draw a land next turn. I made a mistake just starting this round. We just take one more draw step, though, for sure. And if we draw a land, we might be okay. I don't know, if they keep spinning, I could just, like, get this chasm out, or, like, replace it. Actually, on upkeep, I could just search up a Vesuva. And then 7 life is a lot more to work with than 1. Oh yeah, I saw Leviathan. That was like a... That was one of the worst Seahawks games. Like, even Russell Wilson, like, didn't do well. I know it's douchey, but I guess I could play it to their clock. I don't think I want to do the Vesuva thing upkeep next turn, though. Yeah, this is game 1. Hey, look at that board state. I feel like this deserves a snapshot. Oh shit. I've never heard of that card or seen it before. Good thing they can't deal damage to us. If they had like a blast zone, I wish they would just had a way to reveal it. Yeah, this is game 1, but this is just a league. We lost the first round of the challenge. There's 2 matches in the challenge, or in game 2 still. Yeah, they have like way more than enough. Like, if they don't have blast zone, then it's just going to be a matter of us drawing into like enough lands. I'll just go to 1 here. Alright, do the I could just trade Karakas at this point for the stage. Yeah, it's probably better. Alright, I'm just going to do that right now and save some time. I don't even know I should bounce Urza again. 1 Echo. Yeah, that could get our Karakas back for sure. And let me update this title. I think I'll probably exchange this chasm for a Glimmerpost. This will get better for us post-board too, so... I don't know. They want to show me how many things they can get on board, I guess. Jeez. Alright, do this now. It's not great. They might have like few enough cards in library where we don't even need to go up all the way up to infinite Emrakuls. Like an Ulamog might just do it. Need to land like more than anything though. Yeah, I think they figured it out to stop dirtling. See, just get another stage here, most likely. Just keep this going. If they echo again, you could get the original chasm back. Yeah, they're doing this. Yeah. Yeah, I love how Chasm kind of works with this. Oh, I should have done it in response to that to get like another land back actually into the deck. I think I am just gonna get rid of this original Chasm next turn. Get another Glimmerpost, and I'll go to 6. Yeah, I was going to get another stage, though, instead of this Glimmerpost, to reset it like in another couple turns. And I'll just sack this other stage on upkeep. Yeah, we have Karn named with Needle. No. Yeah, I can't even use that. Copy of Cloudpost. No, I wanted to gain the life with the Glimmerpost, but also get a new Chasm at the start of that turn. So that first stage was just going to get sacked no matter what. Yeah, I have 6 for sure. I'll go to 3. Man, these lands. So we're out of stages now. This turn we could get Glimmerpost, go to 6. No, we can't activate map because of Karn. Probably should have still played it out to have like one less card in deck if they go to Echo again. What do I want to get here? Glimmerpost, I think, and then Vesuva on upkeep. Oh, this is actually good. Now I'll get a stage. And once again, I should have done that in response to the Echo. Yeah. Have no blockers. Maybe I did that one too early. I don't know. Just like focused on trying to get this done. I mean, this one lands like every draw step too. Yeah. There's still 2 more Echoes also. Might do it again. We'll do that next turn, I think, right? Yeah. Let's see, I can make this a Cloudpost, get a Glimmerpost, go to 7. That'll buy me a little bit longer. Or no, give me to 8 life then. Yeah. I think they've realized it now that their clock is an issue. Yeah, you're right. And let's just get another Glimmerpost here to buy some more time later. And this is our last stage, though. I guess we have a couple of Vesuvas for... I'm not going to search up anything here, though. I guess I could get another Glimmerpost to go to 11. But I'd rather just have an extra land to draw. Yeah, but even if clock wasn't an issue for them, like, we could still actually just win this if we draw enough lands, because we'll eventually just get to Emrakul's. Maybe I should be making use of this Reclaimer this turn, but... I'll just play this out, maybe. One less card they can echo me into. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, I should have got a Glimmerpost last turn, I think. Well, I'll do that right now, actually. Well, then I don't have any Glimmerposts left after that point. That's fine still, I think. Oh yeah, shit. God damn it. Yeah, let's just play exactly to the clock now. Even if we take away our lands here, it's... This is for the challenge here. This is more important to me. Let's just try and finish this, though. Oh yeah, Momir, I've heard of that. I could do that. I don't think I've drawn a land like a single time the last, like, I don't know how many turns. I also really can't get rid of this Glimmerpost at this point either. If I want to keep gaining life later. I guess upkeep next turn, yeah. Ooh, okay. We should make use of this echo here. I think we just at least cycle Glimmerpost at the very least. Yeah, they really shouldn't do that. Oh, that was my last Glimmerpost, huh? Well, that's fine still, because I'm going to do this upkeep. I'm going to keep this hand in the actual thing. Yeah, this is game one. Let's just see if this will end, and I'll play the challenge quickly. Can only go 3 more minutes, possibly, so... Yeah, but to win by clock, we just have to, like, get them to finish it up. They would either Karn, if we didn't have this Needle to win, or attack us with this, this board there. I wish they, if they've like already conceded that they can't win in time, I wish they just concede. Like, it's just like to waste time at this point. Yeah. I guess they win if I fuck this up and like skip through my upkeep. Which I won't at this point. Alright, let me just F6 on their turn and just make a move on the challenge. Alright, let's Delver, so it probably won't take the whole time anyway. This hand's pretty bad against Delver, though. They have like 10 piles of 10 treasures or Thoughters. Hey, land. Took a while. That's the best way to do this. Probably Glimmerpost this turn. It doesn't really matter, it's just the clock at this point. Yeah, we should definitely win that. And honestly, if we wouldn't even need the clock, like I feel like we were probably gonna win it from that point, legitimately. I mean, as crazy as that board looks, we'd eventually get like Eye of Ugin, Karakas, and just have infinite Emrakuls. Alright, thank God that's over. Didn't even finish game 1. Now let's take our ass beating from Delver. Sorry, opponents. Seems like a situation where we just throw Cloudpost out there. Let's just hope they don't have... Yeah. Yeah, it's not auto yield. Can take time here. Yeah, they definitely had a bolt if we had gotten Reclaimer. Even if they don't have a Wasteland, we're like up against a lot of pressure now. And they draw like, or cantrip like 3 times a turn at the least. Like they're gonna get to one eventually. Hope we can find like a Pithing Needle before then. It's not bad. Force of negation. It sucks. Maybe I should have gotten Cloudpost and keep up with the map by doing that. I think we have enough of the lands that we want in hand already, so... Use a Chasm now. It's still... Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. Try and dodge another Wasteland. Do the same thing as that last game. Let's see, we'll go to 3. So when we eventually get rid of this Chasm, I don't think we can afford to be at 3 life when that happens. Because we're just going to get bolted at instant speed, so... I think then. So, like, my first thought is to play Glimmerpost now. Then it gets to 10. We go to 6. Trying to decide if it's better to, like, Cloudpost now. Next turn on upkeep, make the stage a Chasm. We'll be at 7 at that point. We play Eye of Ugin then that turn, like next turn. I guess it's not happening any faster, like, whichever way I do it. So, yeah, if we go to 7, play Glimmerpost, we gain 4, go to 11, go to 9, we don't know that. I think it's just, we just have to, like, yeah, I mean, we can't beat Wasteland no matter what at this point. So I think I'm just going to make this a Chasm next turn. Or no, we could actually still... Okay, maybe we can wait another turn actually still. Go to 3. And then do that, the Chasm thing then. Yeah, I'm like not 100% obviously. I feel like there's most definitely a bolt in their hand at this point. Yeah, we're not gonna get rid of Chasm when we're at 3 life. No, not necessarily. They would just could have saved their bolts for, like, just to finish me off, like, at the very end, or saved it for, like, a creature. Yeah, I've seen opponents do that. Like, they won't always go solely for the clock with bolts. Good thing we had that stage around. Alright, 2 Wastelands down. Playing Glimmerpost next turn, for sure. I don't know, maybe you're right with the math, I'm not sure. Like, if I wasn't dead to a bolt just right then... Yeah, I'm even like scared of like 2 bolts even. Let's see, we'll go to 4. Then we'll have to get rid of this the turn after that. But yeah, I don't think we have any way to play around 2 bolts though. Yeah, because we'll either go to 8 here to the next turn. Alright, I don't think we can play around 2 bolts, so we just do... I can't make this a Cloudpost yet either, though. Alright, I guess we'll just get Ulamog. I don't know. I don't know, I may have been like forced to play the Glimmerpost that turn. Okay, well that makes it. Shouldn't have thought so hard. Taking a little bit of a risk by siding out Rec Sage. If they had like a damping sphere, something like that. You want me to refresh chat? Let's see what that does. I don't know, like my own streaming chat here, sometimes it just like doesn't update for whatever reason. I don't really understand how all this stuff works. I'm gonna have a new computer in like a couple weeks, so I just didn't bother to like optimize the settings just yet. This new computer has been like in the works. Like I've been expecting it for a long time, so once I have that in hand, then I can finally clean up everything. Nah, gotta ship this. Forest. If we had like a forest instead of like one of these other cards, besides carpet, I think it would be worth trying. I keep this though. Put back Bog, I guess. I mean, we need to find a forest if we were to do that. I don't think we can go to 5 and like turn down like this kind of a hand at this point. Yeah. Bog has like the least potential upside of like depths or anything else, so I think I need to put that back. Let's get the forest. Yeah, I mean, it happens sometimes. You figure, like, in a tournament, I mean, we haven't lost just yet, but, like, a fourth of the people go start 0-2. Like, we were eventually going to have a tournament that turned out bad. We still have that league to finish. Still a possible trophy with that. I'm just going to disrupt their mana. Don't have much else better to do at this point. Just Cloudpost still. Yeah. I was considering Days or Thespian Stage also, but I don't think we need to commit to Dark Depths just yet. The side slot, I think it's like completely worth a spot in the sideboard. Unless you're talking about like against Delver. Which I also think it's good against Delver though too. Like playing it out turn 2 this game. I really only did that just because I didn't have all that many better lands to play, so I wouldn't usually play it that early, but yeah, it's the best option this game at the time. Two cards bottom. Alright, it's a slam, I guess. Could lead with the map also, but then I can't play around Days doing that. Yeah, let's wait on this then. Yeah, and it's like, it does come in for like those specific like spots like that. Like there's different times when you could choose to go get a tabernacle. It's another good reason to not attempt the map last turn. Ooh. I like leading with this. Sweet. Now we have enough mana to search up Eye and search up Eldrazi, which we will be doing that. Now let's just do it all at one time. And let's go search up Ulamog here. Or no, we don't even have to do it just yet. Carpet took care of everything, mana-wise. Come on, no wasteland, no wasteland. Sweet. Definitely hitting Oko. I guess just Delver too. That's nice. I'm thinking, sorry. I'm just like trying this right here before we make any attack decisions. To see if this Emrakul is going to happen. And I guess we're not getting a land drop otherwise, so I should just get rid of this Dark Depths to Crop Rot. Well, I guess if things go wrong, whatever. No, let's get rid of Dark Depths. Final decision. Yeah, so yeah, the one thing I question is if I want to keep in Dark Depths or Rec Sage. Like, which of those is better against Rogue Delver? If they have, like, Winter Orb or Damping Sphere, then I would prefer having Rec Sage, but I haven't really seen either of those cards out of Delver in quite some time. And, like, Dark Depths is risky too, but it's just, like, a good, like, Hail Mary kind of play. So I kind of, like... That's my reasoning for keeping that in. That's, I guess, a dilemma if you want to, like, play it safe or be risky. I choose to be risky. Especially down with on clock like this. Alright, this is fine. So hope we can get this Pithing Needle down turn 1. I kept 7 also. Ooh, it's new 2. It's prime time. Could possibly get that map down, get Cavern. Yeah, and I can't play around days at this point, so I think we just... I was thinking if I like wanted to be slow about it, I could have taken the forest, and next turn played a second forest as the turn 2 land. Just play around days that way, but it gives them a lot more opportunity to like cantrip into like answers. I feel like we can expect to get Oko next turn. It's a good hedge against Wasteland too. Delver control. I'm gonna give them the option to elk the map. Alright. It's all coming down to this crop rotation. Ooh. I should at least attempt this. Is there any way to play around? Like, if this needle gets countered, then I can't play around days for the crop rotation. But I think that's just my best answer, or my best plan, is just to play Cloudpost and attempt needle. Yeah, I guess there's no other way. So Oko with that one. Let's see. How likely do you think that they have a braid? Because if they have a braid next turn, they could hit one of these two, probably the Oko one, and then they could wasteland us. But if they don't do that exactly next turn, I can get Cavern of Souls right now and get a primetime next turn. Maybe I should go for the Cavern, like, just considering I can't play around days here. The crop route wouldn't be great anyway. Yeah, let's be risky. Okay, we just don't want to... No removal spell next turn. No removal. Yes! Let's get Cloudpost Eye. Can afford to... I mean, you got plenty of life still, so... And Eye will set us up well for the later part of the game. And we'll still be able to cast Kozilek even if this primetime gets answered. Yeah, it seemed like a good time to take the risk there. Like we were the ones like putting the pressure on at that moment. Alright. Thank you, Taxi. Yeah, it's always nice to beat Rug Delver. That's how we drew it up, though. And it sounds like weird, like, just taking the Reclaimers out, but I've been playing this deck for so long, and, like, before Reclaimer was even, like, printed, we would just do it like that. So I don't feel, like, too bad about removing them completely post-board. Yeah, two bad matchups. And calling Doomsday a bad matchup is even, like, an understatement. Like, literally the worst matchup. Now I got some nice downtime between the rounds too. Reanimator, I would say we're not favored, but it's actually not terrible with Reclaimer these days. Because if they can't combo before you get an active Reclaimer out, then Reclaimer can just always hold up a Bojuka Bog at that point. And we also have Once Upon a Time to like eat the initial Chancellor triggers. So yeah, both those things are pretty significant against Reanimator. And of course, like crop rotation. getting Bojuka Bog is your like one-time shot at getting the graveyard. But just Reclaimer just being a consistent threat to them is like the real good thing for the deck. Ooh, cute blue-green. Show me waterfalls. I haven't played against Reanimator though in a long time. I don't know what happened to that deck. Used to see it a lot on Modo. Like of all places. Yeah, I feel like I would used to like play it like once a league or so. Looks like this is a 7-round tournament. So yeah, waterfalls, if you have like Uros that I could borrow, then I'll play your list at some point. Like maybe tomorrow, I was thinking. I know a viewer told me they had it to loan to me yesterday. But I don't know how to get in contact with them. Like I've been kind of itching to try this out. I have like my doubts about splashing blue, but I want to see how it works, how it plays. Like show and tell is a pretty nice thing to have. Pretty threatening for a 3-mana spell in like this deck. Deck that doesn't usually have stuff that early. Shark Typhoon. I was actually thinking of this, like simply just to like always to cycle it. Maybe it would be worth it just for that card alone. Damn it. Just for the cycling ability by itself. This is the, yeah, doubles like everything that costs X. Yeah, that's spicy too. Yeah, maybe, yeah, this is like stuff that like I thought about briefly, never like tested it though. But since you have like an actual list on it, it'd be I think that'd be good to start with this at some point. Definitely try it out. Hey, good morning, Jason. How are you doing? We're 1-1 in this challenge. We lost to Doomsday round 1, and then we just beat Rug Delver. So this select list is yeah, I guess, yeah, this list, how good it would be dependent on like, or the blue splash. Like I don't know how useful these blue cards are. Like show and tell is like just seems like the best use of blue in my opinion. But this is like pretty interesting though. Like Hydrate Crisis, cast triggers. Pretty I think it has a lot of potential. Oh yeah, Moment's Peace. It's a old goodie in this deck. I was gonna say too, like splashing another color. I think Candelabra would be like it might be good in the other show and tell list too, just to help us fix our mana. Like one tropical could then like make both colors. Yeah, let me save this list too. Yeah, Trinket Mage. It's not bad. You could have like at least like one expedition map potentially too then. Oh, you're kind of right. And that was I mean, this used Trickbind I used to always play in the blue lists before. Like, this is like years ago. Not always, but I can attest that Trickbind is good in this deck. Just like whether you want like a Stifle for 1 mana cheaper but not being uncounterable is kind of like the debate. But I feel like if you're going to splash another color, like blue in this one, you just like have to have a convincing enough reason. Like the cards you play have to be like really good. Just saying, like Show and Tell is probably like the most certain like blue card that's worth it. Oh jeez. This is 16,000 in paper. Like how? Like this card for sure. Yeah, where's the other like 10,000 coming from? Am I missing something? Oh, candelabras. Makes sense. No way, this is not... 3 of these are not 10 grand, though. Like, that's, like, skewed. Oh, I got my 4. Don't worry. I'm happy I have the set of them now. But this is, like, seriously, like... I don't think it's $2,500 a piece. Or no, this is 3 of them? Like, 3 grand? Like, no way. That's, like, more than Tabernacle. And Tabernacle is used, like, way more often. But yeah, I'll put out the bat signal. If anybody has Uros they could lend me, I can play one of these lists probably tomorrow or any point where I can acquire them. I know people have said sung praises about Uro in this deck in the past as like a reason to have blue. Like I think it would help like the Delver matchup for sure, the life gain. But yeah, I don't want to spend like 80 ticks a piece on this card. Oh, Amulet. I think the Amulet's mostly like a worse Candelabra, though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like 6. Like, I didn't think it would be like more than $1 grand. That is pretty funny, though, the deck price. What's a Tabernacle on Moto these days? Yeah, I feel like those averages of prices, like people buy out cards sometimes and it messes with it. If we were committed, we could try to build a deck with 4 Candelabras to try and spike the value of this card. Let's make it completely inaccessible to most people. Yeah. Whatever their algorithm is, like, there's just such a low sample of, like, cards that are that old, too. Sample size. Oh, yeah, if I had just playing Trinket Mage, I would definitely have 1 candle at least. I would sometimes play, like, 1 Trinket Mage back in the day in the blue lists. And then you had your package is basically needle, candle, map, and like top at the time. So I definitely would play like the 3 that we have access to now. Yeah, I'd be happy to play these lists. Just need to acquire the Uros somehow. If I can't get a hold of those cards, then I'd be down to just play like the usual tomorrow in the league or two. Maybe test out some like slight modifications. I'll be right back. Got a couple minutes. Yeah, I'd be down to try that the Flourishing list at some point. I'm a little worried that like maybe it would be like a lot of the cards are like win more, like things have to be going right, but I'm definitely like down to test it out a bit. It's gonna be some Cloudpost brews over the course of the stream. Not today, but in general. Yeah, I am. I actually wrote a little bit yesterday after stream, and I'm gonna hope to try and just finish it all tomorrow. Wombo combo. Yeah, usually they're on Snowco. If they're on that, then this hand is great. I think no matter what, we just wouldn't turn this down anyway, but it'll especially be good against Snowco. There's different versions of posts that you could decide to include Candelabra in. He's 14 years old. He wins a lot. Like, that's even better if they're Snowco, and this makes me think they are. He's like a child prodigy. Didn't he make like 2 showcase top 8s? Like, it's pretty insane. Counterbalance, damn. Haven't seen that in a long time. Yeah, I think the best chance of this resolving would just be a blind trip now. Or see, they fetch twice, so they don't know it's on top. Teferi time. Okay. We already have the best lands already, so this is great. Force pitching days? Okay. Pretty confused about the entire makeup of this list. Turn 5 Emrakul. Get Ulamog for... Oh, it doesn't matter. Or get Kozilek. No, we saw days, so they might run Wasteland. It might be like tempo oriented. I actually don't know. Maybe there's mentors there. It seems like a real possibility. Yeah, mentor, it says exactly. Alright, yeah, so I think we just want all the green cards. Possibly not all the forces. Gonna cut back on at least a couple of the Reclaimers since we saw Dreadhorde. Yeah, Tabernacle is like, I'm uncertain of how good that will be also. And Carpets are like the for sure card that we want. I bet they do run like some sort of Damping Sphere, back to basics 8. So just bring all the forces here. Yeah, I might just forgo Reclaimer entirely. I just like the Delver matchup. I feel like they've got plenty of removal. Plus it's also like a 1-drop. Mulligan. I would think that they're probably still control-ish to an extent, like counterbalance. I would suggest that. Yeah, this is pretty good. I'll put back the prime time. Hey, Call of Indy. It's going pretty well. 1-1 so far today. And we're up a game this third round. I don't know how popular this Jeskai mentor list is, but I've seen that every once in a while now. Like Arcanist giving you extra monk tokens. It's pretty nice. Nice thing to have. That's a bad once upon a time. I think I'm actually going to take the Glacial Chasm. I already got the second forest, which would likely get sacked to this. But, like, my gut tells me they probably don't have Wasteland. But can't be for sure. God, too many forests. They missed their third land drop, and they also don't have red out. So I'm kind of tempted to Force of Vigor this Astrolabe on their upkeep and get rid of one of these green suns. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to try that. It would be nice if I could just like hard cast this and not have to pitch another green card, but I think that's probably going to be worth doing. You would want to wait, but this will let them play Arcanist, though. And they just Brainstorm, too, so they might be Brainstorm locked. Yeah, I'm going to risk it, actually. Like, it sucks losing one of these green suns, but I think this seems like a worthwhile gamble. And if we eat a Force of Will here, it's not the worst. Yes, it's very important to them. I bet you it's going to be Arcanist this turn. Yeah, just given the situation, I think that was the right thing to do there. One more Cloudpost and we should be good this game. Oh, nice, David. Yeah, the primer's definitely coming out, and if you're new to the deck, it should be super helpful for you then. But yeah, this deck is has a lot of depth to it. Oh, there is Wasteland. Okay, well now we know for sure. That's good too. One, two, three, four. Alright, fuck days. We gotta try now. Force pitching counterbalance. Okay, well, we got some valuable intel this game. Good to know about Wasteland. Yeah, I figured there was probably Mentor in the list. Between days, that suggests had like an aggro element to it. I guess like Days is probably naturally going to be alongside Wasteland too. Maybe not always, but you're gonna Wasteland on upkeep for sure. It wouldn't be bad to just do it right now too, before I have green mana up. Oh, nice, Leviathan. Were you against Tess? Carpet next turn, I think that's what we need. Or else our carpets are getting surgical too. So yeah, I never typically concede if I think I have like a slight possible chance, but I'm willing to close to making that call like just right now at the second. I think I will once they surgical the carpet. Like, that's all they have to do here. Okay. Two Wasteland. Yeah, it seems like a good balance. I should make use of this map. And there's nothing, even if I draw like a carpet this next turn, I don't have like the threat to follow it up. I was thinking Cavern of Souls, but I feel like we're past the point where I could start playing a different match in between rounds, so there's no point in like rushing through this here. I also don't have Dark Depths, so I did it out. Guess I can hold off on the map still. Let's give us some more info. That seems like a fair point to take out the Emrakul. Yeah, I'm usually fine with boarding out one of the 3 Eldrazi against combo. Usually he'll take out either Kozilek or Ulamog. Usually, like, I guess like Emrakul is a nice... Alright. So we saw 2 Wastelands. That makes me think there's probably not Blood Moon then. Plus they ran a lot of their own duels. And I also want crop rotation because of that. Two Blood Moon? Jeez. Man, what a hater. That's so much hate. We could hedge a little, keep like, bring 2 of them in. And we're still like down our Reclaimers entirely with everything we have sighted in at this point. I don't know, I think maybe we could possibly handle a Blood Moon with our own Rec Sage. Does the list typically run Blood Moon in the sideboard? Yeah, I know it's the same, like, Jeskai Mentor is a thing I've seen recently. But maybe, like, the Carpets and the 1 Rec Sage would still be enough, even against that. Okay. No, I'm sure you're right. We should bring some... I'd like to hedge a little bit then, if that's the case. Like, besides just our mana, like, we also want to gain the life from the Glimmerpost. Like, among other things. Like, have the abilities of our lands. I've got 2 crop rotations. Keep a couple, but not go completely without him. Looks good. I'm gonna lead with the Carpet. Well, I'll lead with the Once Upon a Time first, of course. Glimmerpost here. I was really hoping for a Cloudpost off that. I wonder what's appealing about Jeskai Mentor that people are playing it. It's the heavy creature removal, swords plus bolt. Something that a lot of decks don't have. Yeah, I'll look at the list after the match. I think the one list that I did see had about it was like 4 Dreadtorts, 4 Mentors. Yeah, it's possible I could have held on this Carpet. He did see the Carpet the second game too, though. So I feel like he should have like expected it at least. And I feel like this card it has a high upside, but yeah, you might be right. So I can't even get dazed here, so it's not that intimidating. Yeah, it's that's like always the consideration. Let's try and get them to search up an island. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I actually think you're right, Leviathan. Yeah, I should have done it second. Nah, no point in naming that. Like, this opponent knows what they're doing. That's good. That's great. Yeah, that... I would really only name a mana ability to try and trick him if it was like a matchup where I didn't really need the needle anyway. Like a combo matchup. It did work with LED one time. And it was glorious. I think this turn, there is a Ponder they could use. 6 cards in hand, though. They probably have like another cantrip in hand. So I feel like I should still just Vesuva Cloudpost this here. Also, Tabernacle's not the worst land to play, too. I don't think Tabernacle comes down now. No, I think we just get Builder of Mana this turn. And also, be sure to get a Cloudpost out of this Vesuva in hand. Hey, how's it going, Tuto? Hope you're doing well. Depending on what they do this next turn, we'll think about our land drop. Like, my gut is Tabernacle should be the land. Just slow him down at this point. But we can see how many like cantrips end up in the grave until then. Like, the worst part about this would be if we got like Blood Moon here. Like, Tabernacle would have been fine last turn to stop that. And they didn't shuffle. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I think Tabernacle for sure is the land. No, I'm good, thanks. So I kind of like, they can't daze here. So I'm kind of tempted to just try and slam the Ballista as a 4/4 at the very least here. And it should be noted that if they do Blood Moon us, then they'll have to get an island at some, like a basic island, to give themselves access to blue at that point. Alright, no, I guess they don't, do they? They can still get it with Astrolabe. Okay, well, forget what I said then about that. But I do think I want to just play the Ballista out here. Start eating at the counters when I can. Yeah, Astrolabe does like everything. This would at least require them to... It's probably just going to eat a counter. That's really the purpose of this. Okay. I just think Tabernacle still. If they're thinking about Blood Moon, hopefully this will just like delay that. It did get banned in Modern. Okay, I was wondering if it did. I couldn't remember. Did it get banned like quickly, or did they let it like mess with the metagame for a while? It was part of like an Urza deck, I think, if I remember correctly. And I remember like Oko is legal for like some time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember the Opal ban. Couldn't remember if it was like at the same time. Dreadhorde is gonna like outcard advantage us. We need to get some threats. Yeah, I remember people not wanting Opal to get banned. Like it was weakening like Ravager and I don't know, Blood Moon's I guess not the absolute worst at this point. We're close to just being able to cast like a prime time. With like 7 mountains. Just double up on Wasteland Hate, I think. What else do we care about from them? At least entice them to fetch their... Yeah, like this tells me that they're thinking of Blood Moon. Select Wasteland, though, is the name here. I should have just done that. It doesn't matter. Same difference. Yeah, never mind what I'm saying. I'm just like muttering shit to myself. Oh yeah, you're right, Teferi. And we saw that off a counterbalance too. Oh, I committed it now. It's alright. No, I think that, yeah, I think you're alright. Especially now that the card actually did happen. The next question is, do we want to name Teferi when we attempt it the second time or not? Like maybe we just don't really care about Wasteland at this point. And this will be more problematic for us later. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's lead on this needle for sure. I hope this does get countered. Damn. I want to try and get Eye of Ugin if I can with this crop. I'm just going to go for it here, though. He likely does have a counter, but I want them to lose their card advantage in hand at this point. So they could just hardcast it on upkeep anyway. Hey, thank you, Yoshi's Rivals, for following. Play Bojuka first. No, I can get like another card out of the graveyard by doing this. Trying to decide if I want to name Wasteland or Teferi. No, I think Teferi. I don't want to like lose like my carpet potentially. And we're like past the point where Wasteland's the best card. Yeah, I'm fine giving up a forest for this crop right here. Like, there's no way they let this resolve if they... Yeah. Forest, switching force. Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, that's dumb. Okay. Yeah, that was like a super bad punt there. Alright. Not sure how this works exactly. Is this a 1 CMC, or... I think we're going to lose, though, now. Pop off incoming. I mean, we're pretty dependent on just drawing a threat, no matter what, at this point. But yeah, that was entirely a punt. Just not playing Bog there. Okay, I was thinking they might do that still. Yeah, I thought the rules had changed like multiple times. That's why I wasn't sure. Pretty much need to draw like something good next turn. This looks like it'll be a pretty tough matchup for us though, if this is a thing that's going to happen often. It's a lot of non-basic 8. Let's see what they say. Probably Eye of Ugin. Good call. Surgical once upon a time. Okay. It's not good. Should probably just needle, or no, I'll save the thing for next turn if they play the Blood Moon, if we miraculously have a turn. Just thinking if I want to get rid of this needle, maybe I should just do it now. Just in a world where we win this game, I think I need to make use of it right now. Get punished by like a Blood Moon at this spot. But I don't know if I'll have the mana or they'll be like tapped out again. So it seems worth trying there. I think they're going to beat us. I think Wombo's got us. Yeah, we need like a prime time, or something to a prime time to get Glacial Chasm this next turn. A lot of people lose to Wombo though. I feel no shame in it. Like, he top 8's a lot of events. Pretty good, this game. Ah, so close. That's not even going to be enough, though. Yeah, they just have too much. Well, other than that Bojuka Bog punt, I feel like I played it fine. Maybe the carpet going first too is not correct, but Blood Moon and Wasteland, like how often do you see that together in one deck? It takes pride in being a troll. I don't hate it. More for those kind of matchups. If we know we're facing against hate, then I feel like we can't afford to. Like, we can't just, like, only look for Cloudpost. Yeah, good game, Swambo. How did you throw it? Oh, curious. Feels just like the game is pretty much over once you get their mentor down. One of the best cards at pressuring me. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I almost, I punted by not playing a Bojuka Bog to get rid of your Wear Tear, the one turn too. So I really didn't want to lose my Carpet of Flowers if I could afford to, like, dodge that. But yeah, let me take a look at, like, a list of this deck. Pretty unfamiliar with it. Bring my chat back here. You'll help my tiebreakers, I'm sure, so hopefully we can play again in the top 8. Chat paused. Copy twins. Okay. And it's surprising seeing less than 4 lightning bolts in a deck with Arcanist. I'm not sure it's right, but no, this seems like one of the strongest cards out of Rogue Delver together with Arcanist. Yeah, 4 swords, true. So the white, you get Mentor to Fury Swords. And I guess, like, you're not trying to close the game as fast as, like, Delver is, so the bolts aren't as important for that, then. Okay, 2 Wastelands. Yeah, I was wondering how many, if you were running the full set or not. And 2 Blood Moons, 2 Wastelands. Oh, jeez. You're a hateful person. At least it's not Price of Progress. I guess that would probably be worse. Yeah, I think it's, if we see it more often, should be an interesting matchup, at least. Like, I don't know if this is going to be more difficult for us than, like, Delver would be. Probably, like, this is probably better for us than Delver is. Yeah, and towards the end of that game, I was, like, not too concerned about Wasteland. It's just short on the threats. So I don't think, like, in the future, maybe we shouldn't worry as much about Wasteland. But yeah, I think you're right, Leviathan. I probably should have led with the Pithing Needle first. But especially when opponents know about Carpet, I feel like if they can, they probably would Like, they can safely get, like, he got a mountain turn 1 against me to play Astrolabe. But yeah, it's still just probably correct to at least give them the chance to search up an island. Yeah, I've had someone do that to me too, Taroy. Or they'll try and like play a spell and daze their own spell just to take back their islands. Yeah, maybe Needle's not as important as I think it is. It's just nice to like secure like your Glacial Chasm for later. At least via against Wasteland, at least. But yeah, maybe we cut like a couple Needles next time instead. Maybe cut like not run the full set at least. Could see like keeping 4 crop rotations in, but then going down to like 2 Needles. Oh, really? Sorry, I didn't notice the... Oh, okay, yeah. Let's look at this. Oh, I think I know what type of list you're saying. And I probably didn't inspire them. They're probably a colorless list. I had no part in that. Oh, okay, it is green. Interesting. This is pretty cool, like mixing Ancient Stirrings with Green Sun. Yeah, a lot less Green Sun based. Gotcha. Oh yeah, Angers. They're a good Cloudpost pilot. His lists are innovative and sweet. He runs like he doesn't run like a lot of like playsets of cards. And it's like the opposite how I like build my decks. But he does like well. I like it though. Like currently I wouldn't run less than like 4 Green Suns and 4 Reclaimers. I think that's just like a consistency, like good enough setup to something you want to like try and maximize the possibility of doing each game. Like obviously like Delver against them, Reclaimer's not great, but in so many other matchups, like it's all about getting a Reclaimer out. Well, we're gonna play this out until at least till like probably like 4 losses. If we win out, we could maybe sneak in to as an X2 in the top 8. But I think with 106 players, it's going to be harder to get in than like a smaller. Like yesterday was 65 players. Like the minimum to have 7 rounds. And it'll be like more difficult at this point, but hope you've been enjoying it so far. I've had a lot of fun so far. Even if it's not going the greatest. Exactly, Taroy. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way too. Like $30. It's like well worth just hanging around, at least possibly like just getting your entry to play in another one at that point. Terror. Oh, okay, I see. The characters. Gotcha. I always saw it as like Terroy. That makes sense though. And if I've already started streaming, like I'll just finish it out to give people some entertainment. Even if we're not likely to top this one. Still show the whole tournament. I'd like to get the last 2 matches of this league finished on stream here. So whenever we're out of the challenge, I'll at least finish these 2. Oh, okay. Interesting. Only iconic cards? Yeah, now that I think about it, there's not too many like usernames based on cards. But I never knew that though. It's funny. Terror's like the OG black spot removal. Oh damn. Have you played against that deck very often, Ryan? Like this is the first I've seen of that deck. This weekend has been the first. I wonder what the driving force is of people moving to that. Because you used to see Monastery Mentor a lot more frequently before, like in the past, and then it kind of dropped off the map entirely. I don't like that it's back. It's a good threat against me. Yeah, it's definitely more aggro than Snowco. But less so than like Delver. It's really just like Arcanist is like the thing you get to start getting going, like your engine essentially. Which like all the decks that have Arcanist pretty much do that. And then I guess like Mentor would just be a good way to close. Obviously, like they have good synergy together. Yeah, I remember Esper Mentor. And also, like, a lot of Miracles lists would also run, like, at least a couple copies, too. Oko versus Arcanist. It's like the 2 broken cards of Legacy going head-to-head in Vintage. Yeah. I think that was really what pushed Miracles over the top. The Mentor just being a quick kill condition. I remember the 2 tops thing. It's an army in a can. Pay 1 colorless, make a token, and give your guys +1. Pretty busted. Yeah, Probe. And people just hated, like, getting their hands revealed for pretty much no cost. Like, that was the worst part about Probe to me. It took away a lot of, like, the card playing elements of the game. Bluffing and just have, like, absolute certainty. But yeah, some decks like utilized it like super good, especially like Grixis Delver. That yeah, it was incredible for like ants of like combo decks too. Just a storm that you could like easily pass in flames. Yeah, I remember that time when Leyline of Sanctity was in Sneak and Show. That makes sense, though. Why they would have that. That sucks. 4 Containment Priests. Who would be running 4 Containment Priests, too? Yeah, we're far down the standings. Gonna have to do pretty well here to at least cash. That sucks. It just like gives you your worst matchups. Like, oh, like you be on the lookout for terrors games. So if you're playing Sneak and Show, you're probably isn't Death and Taxes like your tough matchup or one of them. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's like the case. Oh, nice. Man, I really miss the team events. It's definitely, they started happening in the later time, like, part of my, like, Magic playing career. They were, like, a ton of fun when they did. I was looking forward to more, like legacy events through, like, the team tournaments. Not Rock Nation. No, Brian. It's The Rock. I'm gonna keep this. He's a tough one to beat, just in general. He's one of our best all-around players in AZ. Really want to find a Cloudpost with this Once Upon a Time. Sweet. I mean, it should be a good matchup for us, at least. Just sucks that when you have to play against a buddy. I'd rather have the map resolve. So let's try the needle first. Okay. Yeah, based on the decks that he tends to play, I usually do pretty well against him. He plays the fair, like, blue grindy decks. Kinda wanna... Yeah, I'm gonna risk this crop rotation. Like, I feel like there's not gonna really be a better time to try and go for it in this matchup. Because I want to just be able to get this prime time down next turn, if possible. Sweet. And let's see, he's running like main deck back to basics. We got this game 1 locked up. Glad we don't really ever see Vendilion click anymore. It's this whole like sequence of getting a Cavern of Souls and playing a prime time uncounterably. They used to disrupt this by like clicking you on the turn that you were gonna cast your prime time. But that's a card I like just don't see anymore. I was gonna say, he can almost escape Uro without even needing Astrolabe. Short 1 card in the graveyard. It's impressive when you have the exact 4 colors you need to do that. Oh yeah, I knew I was muted. I just didn't have anything to say. I used that time to scroll my mouse wheel when I'm muted. But yeah, I'm gonna get into Vintage next. Like, everybody tells me it's fun, and then it'll definitely take a backseat to Legacy, but yeah, definitely gonna buy into probably like a shop stick very shortly. Yeah, he knows not to do that though. Me and him have played each other. We have a long history. Nazy. He was actually my teammate in one of the GP team tournaments too. He was the standard player. This was during like the teamer energy time, I guess, is the thing. That was an era. I don't know, let's get the Reclaimers, 2 of them here. But yeah, usually on Modo I've had like more than enough qualifier points to play in all the legacy events. Like, yeah, like last time I had like points that were gonna go to waste, so I just borrowed like a modern deck. Agreed. Shamatra or Shantaro. You don't have to tell me on stream, but do you know me in person? Just I can't remember who you are in real life. But yeah, Brian's a strong opponent for sure. This doesn't have a guaranteed Cloudpost or Eye of Ugin, so I don't really trust this hand. That's better. Oh, hey. Frenchie. No, that's awesome. Why can't I remember your... Yeah, I know. How's it going? I'm gonna put Ballista back here. It's not the greatest card here. Or rather, every other card has like a specific role here in this game. I'll hold off on this once. Yeah, I guess there's no like real like team element, like actual teamwork, other than like helping your teammates decide, make decisions and all, but it just has a fun, like, different element to it. It's basically like 3 separate single matches happening at the same time. That was an awful once upon a time. I'm gonna leave it this though. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing in person again. Do you think it's gonna happen anytime soon in Arizona? If you are like the epicenter of the whole thing right now. Yeah, I could see it happening by March. Be close to like a full year when it like started having the lockdown. Got to finish the last year's Legacy series. It's good to have around. I'm always excited to see what you're bringing to the tourneys. Like, you definitely bring the spice. And some, like, stacks, like, concoctions and crazy stuff. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Looks like this might be like an Oko turn. Yep. That was what I was hoping we'd draw. And we can cast this prime time. Oh yeah, your show and tell list. I saw your Facebook message like a long time later. But yeah, I thought that was crazy. The Mossfort Bridge. It's with like dreadnoughts, right? Yeah, it looked spicy. It looked cool. I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry you got paired up against this awful matchup for you. Oh, okay. That's definitely good, though. It's actually very good. Alright, we might lose this now. And that was like the best thing you probably could have possibly drawn into there. Because I sided out the excavators, so we're just going to have to naturally draw into one of our threats now. I kind of want to fire this Force of Vigor then to try and buy some time off on whatever he makes an elk. Hopefully he doesn't cast the Uro until post-combat. And then I can at least take him off the second blue mana by doing this. But I'm just going to play to that end. Yeah, you own chains in real life, don't you? Like multiple copies? Yes. Force negation, probably. Yeah, it could have, yeah, I admit I didn't think of that, but, like, I was fine losing that prime time at that point. I don't think that would have been worth the Force of Vigor then. I like taking them off of a little bit of tempo this way. Yeah, I've had, like, some of the good old expensive cards at times, but I've also sold a lot of them over time. Alright, let's hope we draw into something good. I feel like I'm like just not, at least sideboarding this match, I just didn't think straight, because I definitely wouldn't have sided up Bojuka Bog. Yeah, I definitely punted this game for multiple reasons. I also should have Vesuva their Karakas, now that I think about it. Okay, this is good. It's Karakas Maze, I guess, at this point. There's also Dark Depths to just... Nah, Dark Depths is going to be bad. Yeah, why did I leave Dark Depths in? What a dumbass. Alright, let's just, like, play defensively, then. Some, like, garage sale, like, finds. I feel like, by now, like, valuable collections, probably, like, doesn't happen very often. Where you stumble upon, like, a binder with, like, a Black Lotus in it. I guess you never know. I remember at the local store that I used to play at as a kid, when I first got into Magic, they had, like, the big box of, like, junk rares for 50 cents. And I clearly remember Lion's Eye Diamonds being in there. Like, oh, this card's terrible. You have to discard your hand. It's crazy to think, like, that card is just, like, considered shit for so long. Nobody would have guessed back then, though. It was a trash rare at the time. Yeah, I remember Spirit of the Night. That was, yeah, I thought that card was awesome. Oh, not Ulamog. Yeah. I'm gonna do the same thing as the last time I did this with Force. I don't think there's any reason not to just play. No, I guess if they like Jace and they Fate Seal, I want the ability to shuffle at least. Oh, really? I didn't know that. The first digital art. Oh yeah, I should hit library too. Yeah, whatever. Playing poorly this game. Yeah, I think I stopped the clock here. Attempt to do that. Yeah, but then you like sit around with like a whole bunch of like junk cards. They're pretty convenient when they'll just like buy stuff in bulk, those companies. Hey, what's the red time walk? Final Fortune. think Brian's gonna get a game on us though. He gets an extra card every turn. Little carpet. Yeah, I think I remember seeing Final Fortune being expensive. It's always EDH. It's always the reason why a card might shoot up in value. It's gonna draw so many cards this game. The short rest of this game. Upkeep Karakas. Maybe I should have done that. Not sure. Oh yeah, my upkeep. Gotcha. Yeah, that was stupid of me. Yeah, let's just forget about this one particular game. Just try and check it off. I can say I played definitely not great at all. I also like sideboarded incorrectly. I don't know what I was thinking. So another random card that I just happened to stumble upon by being expensive was Tainted Pact. Which I'm guessing is also EDH, but it's a pretty sweet card. It's just kind of surprised to see that that card is like $70. I missed the upkeep again, even after you just said it. Maybe I just try and like mill them out. Go to 1 here. Strifo milled you out? That's pretty crazy. They have like a commander, like an official ban list though, for the format. So it's like at least quasi-official, right? Alright, let's clean up, forget about this game. Yeah, why did I not take out Dark Depths? I don't get why. At least this. Since we saw Assassin's Trophy, I think Brian typically runs 1 copy of that card in his sideboard. So it's really just a matter of if this is better than everything else here, or anything else. No, let's just be 61. I think it's fine to keep it. I don't like Tabernacle against Snoko. They don't really have enough creatures for it to be like all that punishing. And if it gets to like a late game state, like that board state before, then I'll probably just be getting Glacial Chasm to survive at that point. Maybe it's wrong to Trim down the number of Reclaimers, but I mean, give them another target for their Abrupt Decays. But don't need to depend on Reclaimers. I really don't want to. This is good. I don't play EDH myself, but I don't like to bash it. I know, like, some people really like it. Need one more Locust land at this point. Yeah, definitely brew. Yeah, like, it's like their cash cow. As far as constructed formats go. But yeah, Terra, that's like my kind of issue with the format too. Like, at least like competitive formats, like everybody's there to win ultimately. Or at least for like for a purpose of the format. And then so like just having fun, like everybody's definition of what's fun is going to be different. Like in that kind of setting, I might just make like a really stupid deck that's, I don't even know, that I've never played like to not like ultimately just win. I don't think he's gonna back to basics when he has 2 duels, so no, we cannot cast that. Let's just attempt this map this turn. He'll definitely counter this if he has one. Yeah, cards being expensive. If you have just a lot of random stuff sitting around and you want to make some money off them, I could see liking the format for that. But yeah, I know it's like intended to, you're just like supposed to find your play group and what you all agree on is like fun. So it just like lacks this like consistency necessary by like not having that same like end goal of like needing to win. I just can't articulate what I'm saying well. If I wanted to encourage people to play like just Magic in general, starting from not playing Magic at all, yeah, I would probably recommend like Legacy is the most fun Magic to me. But obviously it's not like a good starting point to somebody that's completely new. But I feel like EDH, I guess, is probably the best at doing that, like getting new people into the game. Yeah, this is my only spell that this game. Well, I can copy their forest at least. Yeah, I'll do that next turn. Should I? I don't know. I'm one mana source away from this Emrakul too. Yeah, I might hold out a couple turns. And this would be a good way to fight through counters if I did cast this once upon a time. But I think 1 mana away from Emrakul is reason enough to not ditch the mana here. If I don't draw land next turn, I can probably wait 1 more turn after that before I have to play this Chasm. Or before I should play it, I should say. Oh shit. Well, then I should probably play Chasm this turn if I don't draw the mana. Is this a standard monster? I don't follow standard at all. Okay, I'm just glad we waited. Still not, this game's still not over, but... Let's fire this before I attack, I think. Ooh, Bog. And eventually just, I don't even think it really matters. I guess the forest. The second one, to be able to cast Brine times. Maybe he won't realize that I attacked the Planeswalker. How do people, are they a fan of Standard at the moment? I guess like at any point there's people always saying like, oh, Standard sucks right now. But I know like the blue-green ramp decks were like a menace for like the last year or so. I don't know if they're still a thing or not, or if like the format got better. It's kind of curious. Since Teferi. Teferi's not banned, is it? He noticed it was attacking. I've had opponents just sack their, or not sack their Planeswalker. And get like an extra permanent of an Annihilator trigger. But he knew the right place to look. Yeah, energy. And there's always like some people that are not going to like a standard format. I should have taken that Bojuka Bog now. And what could he possibly do? I don't get it. I think like mono red was really good like a few years ago too. don't know if people hated it, but I just remember that being a thing. He might come and watch the stream. Brian, if you're watching, I hate that we had to like play each other. Historic is like it's similar to Pioneer, right? And it's the like eternal format of Arena. It's small, the Legacy format, but like this online meta is essentially like a local meta. Like you assume you know what like most opponents are on just based on the username. I enjoy it though for what it is. Like you're playing against like very skilled players, so you're getting like the best possible matchups like out of an opponent in a lot of spots. Online meta is pretty streamlined though. Like locally you have people like on their pet decks and the like scientist people experimenting a lot. So I definitely miss that aspect of local like play. Oh, that sucks, waterfalls. I'm just playing this out to hopefully get my money back. Had 3 really bad matches of the 4 today. Modern is more pet decks. That's surprising. I would think Modern would be more of just like top tier decks, even more so than Legacy. Well, if you saw the Emery one, that was actually a league match that I did in between the rounds of this challenge. But it was Doomsday to start, which is the absolute worst. And then Rug Delver, we won round 2, which is beatable but difficult. And then last round was... How did we lose round 3 to? Oh yeah, to like the Jeskai Mentor deck. I actually can't say if that's like a terrible matchup. It might just be like even or... I don't know, it is new to me, so not sure yet. And then Snoko, of course, is our good matchup. Ooh, Modern's like the Wild West. That's actually kind of enticing. I think interesting to explore. I had 14 mana for a long time, Brian. Or for a couple turns. And, yeah, I didn't have it the turn you played your Planeswalker out. Like, I drew the 15th mana that next turn. So yeah, I think I did just, like, have it... I didn't have to miss a land drop, essentially. I was considering making my Thespian Sage a copy of your Forest, because I had, like, a Once Upon a Time in hand. But since I was at, like, 14th mana and just needed one more land to cast Emrakul, I just decided to hopefully draw into the last mana source over the course of a couple turns. If I hadn't drawn a land that next turn that I did, like the Forest, I was going to play this Glacial Chasm in hand, because you had to be on like a turn 2 clock with the Beast Token and Uro. But yeah, that's basically how I decided on those last 2 turns. Makokoro was there for Doomsday, Stefan, but It didn't actually win against him, so I wouldn't say it was there to win the game. Minus Vivian, play Uro. Oh yeah, that would have been nasty. I hadn't seen that Vivian card. People on stream were saying it's a standard card though. So that's pretty sweet. Tutor up meddling mages. Yeah. Chasm would have sent me an extra turn, most likely back, like an additional turn off of Emrakul. But yeah, the deck has a lot of good top decks, so I would have been fine prolonging the game, like 2 or 3 turns if I needed to. Okay. How are you doing, Wombo? Thick Monk? Nah, I shake it off. You helping my tiebreakers? Yeah, you are? Nice. Oh yeah, you guys played each other the last round. Oh, what if we play against Hadley? I can't believe he's playing in this, Ryan. Even Hadley succumbed to Moto. How long are you gonna be streaming for, Wombo? Like, when I'm done with my stream, I'll raid you if you want. I'm gonna play out the rest of this challenge and then do the last 2 matches of this league I've started already. So I expect it's gonna go for like maybe 3 more hours. Probably 3 hours at most. Hey, Cavern banned in Modern. Do people want that to be banned? I mean, Cavern's good. It's not like... I can't imagine it's broken in Modern. I would never think that that would ever be a card that would have to be banned at any point. Do people still want Ancient Stirrings to be banned? Because I remember there was a time where like people just hated Tron all the time. They're like, ugh. Well, Ancient Stirrings should definitely get banned if like Ponder and Preordain are. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like that's like always been the case with like the blue control decks. If you're trying to like hedge against everything, they're like the Post is like the most out of place deck to try and fight against. Like I would say probably the most like overall useful card against Post that you could also use against other decks would be something probably just like back to basics, right? Like those are the best things. You could probably run some sort of non-basic hate that doesn't like skew your other matchups too much. You don't really have a use for Damping Sphere, do you, Brian? Like, you probably don't have to worry about, like, Storm combo all that much. Yeah, I don't know. Back to Basics, Blood Moon, and Damping Sphere all kind of feel similar to me, from my point of view at least. None of them are super great now because of Force of Vigor. Like, they're disruptive, of course, and definitely worth playing, but they don't feel nearly as bad as they used to. Gotcha. Yeah, and that deck, like, Snoko likes to play a lot in, like, a single turn, like, multiple spells, too. So I don't think you'd want to hinder yourself, and also, like, possibly take away your ability to counter, like, on their turn. Yeah, I think it's probably... Yeah, Damping Sphere is probably, like, the most narrow of those kind of, like, non-basic options. Numero 5. This opponent was on Delver the last time I played them. Is Tron still good in Modern? I remember people saying that it's, like, kind of sucks now. I have no idea. This hand is just generally terrible. Yeah, I think Bojuka Bog easily. Force of Negation. Yeah. Yeah, they have... Like, half their big threats are, like, planeswalkers. Not actually creatures. Alright, got the start they wanted. Be interesting if they're, like, thinking of dazing this. Like, I'd be okay if this gets dazed. Mostly because it would just set them back one turn from Oko. If it resolves, I want to find a Cloudpost. Okay. Vesuva kind of counts. Not really, but at least a little bit. If I was on the play, I would consider the Reclaimer, but being a turn back makes me not want to even chance it. I think I need to play this now. I'd let this not get dazed, but even so. Nah, no Dryad Arbor. It's a frequently asked question. It would get answered just as easily as, like, a Reclaimer here if I was running it. Let's hope we can survive a wasteland. Dodge it or survive it. Two bottom. If they've had days this entire game, that's some good patience on their part. I think they probably did, based on the hesitation earlier, but that's good. Tabs in the sideboard, but yeah, like, there's a lot of times I could see having this main deck. So what did they do? 2 cards top. So these are definitely going to flip. So we're taking 7 for sure. Is our plan just to get Glacial Chasm? Kind of feels like that is. That crop rotation getting countered was the most critical thing of this game, though, easily. I'd have to get super lucky at this point to pull this off. Okay, I don't even... we had to dodge that, too. Let's just get Chasm, and the chance they draw like a Pithing Needle. Beat Rugdelver 1 time today. Can we do it a second time? Living Wish. Terra, are you the person that, like, brings up Living Wish every couple weeks? I feel like it gets mentioned pretty often on the stream. That's a cool card, but I don't think I'd want it in this list, or this deck. Maybe for a random brew at some point, I'd be down to try something with it. That sounds a lot better. I don't think I'd want to put to anything too critical, like cut back on the main deck copies of it. That's like the cost of playing like a Wish, or at least a Living Wish, I guess, in the case of like this particular deck. Don't know if I want to put back the Crop Rod or the Green Sun. It's like, we have to hope to hit a forest. Like, that's just always going to be the case. And we can either get a threat to drop after that, or the defense against Wasteland. I think I'm going to keep Crop Rod, actually. Because we don't have enough mana for the prime time anyway, just yet. And the Crop Rod will be a threat much later, also, so... Yeah, I would expect to get Wasteland, is basically how... to sum up what I'm thinking. And also, we just didn't draw a forest, so... This is where we just say fuck it, and hope that we don't get Wasteland Surgical. Two cards top. Now he fits. If they do have Wasteland Surgical, I want to get these Cloudposts as many out as I can. That's the Wasteland. Surgical would still suck, but at least we got another one out into play. Yeah, it's gonna get Surgical. We're gonna get Surgical. Well, could have been a lot worse, so... Gonna try for this carpet here. Even if we held up the Crop Rot, we can't get another Cloudpost back at this point, so... It's not super important. Maybe I should have crop rotted the forest at that point. I don't know. Definitely gonna try to do something this next turn. Kind of feel like being just aggressive here with the crop rots. Just hope we dodge a wasteland for one more turn. Alright, let's pass priority here. And I guess I could just get some use out of this green mana here. Yeah, let's just do it now. Just like all in this turn. That one resolves, so get Eye. Those. We're gonna go for one more crop rot this next phase. It's either that or, yeah, because we don't even have the 7 to activate it as of next turn. So I'd like just going for it here. Mana drain versus tracker. I don't know. No, not one card top, one card bottom. Oh, maybe it's just that. That's our 7th mana at least. Yes, perfect. Ooh, that might have been like the best possible draw right there. And just dodge Wasteland one more turn, please. Ulamog's happening, unless they like daze themselves. I took some risky lines and it paid off. You gotta try those lines though sometimes. That game was all carpet of flowers, of course. Since we let that first crop rotation resolve, I decided, like, since Eye of Ugin was the more important land, to just get it at that moment. In case you were wondering. And then ideally I would have wanted the second one to resolve, get another Cloudpost off that. But just take the more relevant card the first time that it worked. No, I don't like Surgical for that reason against them. Like, that will assume that you, like, just have to get Wastelanded at least once. It doesn't answer the board. I mean, it's a consideration, though, for sure, but... if I keep this hand... the question will be whether... well, if I had to find a Cloudpost first... we don't have a threat just yet. I guess we have the Ulamog. I think this is worth keeping still. Yeah, I'm going to try this. I'm actually going to... no, let's let them do. If they want to daze that, it's fine. If they daze my once, then they can't daze the Pithing Needle. So I think that's a fair trade-off. Primeval Titan, yeah. Kind of feel like naming Oko with this one. Just because I don't have like a Cloudpost, I'm not super dependent on that right now. Yeah. Let's see if this naming that comes back to bite me. Preordain. Now, since I didn't have Cloudpost, that's always been the dilemma against Rug Delver since they started running Oko. Just deciding whether to name Oko or Wasteland. And yeah, I was hoping this crop rotation, between that and the fact that I don't have Cloudpost in hand at the time to protect with it, I would rather, what was I saying? That was a punt. Alright, I need to stop paying attention to chat. Yeah, I didn't Maze of Ith, so... I probably think that I've just forgotten about it. He won't wasteland it now. I really wanted him to... Okay. Wanted him to do that last turn, but... In any case, just took 3 damage that I didn't need to. I don't think this is resolving. If it were to, I don't know if Cloudpost is better or Tabernacle here. Yeah. Didn't think we'd have to decide. I'm just dead now. Yep. I would have had an extra turn if I wasn't an idiot too. Alright. Well, it's not the greatest today. Still gonna finish this 2 more rounds of the challenge on stream. And then I also have a potential trophy with this other league too, so I guess we'll play that out. Yeah, no, just like, yeah, I don't think we were going to beat it either, but I'm just making like very obvious punts today. Just clearly like the wrong decisions. Like, I don't think it would have mattered, but you never know. And then like that carpet of flowers that we drew the next turn, or would have drawn. But yeah, even then it wouldn't have ended up mattering, but you don't want to make those kind of punts, though. That was one of my old things I would forget, like when I started playing Moto. Like activating Maze. I blame chat on this for distracting me. Not at all. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Yeah, this challenge is not going swell, but I'm gonna finish playing it, see if I can get the tickets back. I'm not gonna start a match of this league just yet. I don't think there's enough time. But I got 2 more matches in this. And yeah, then tomorrow I'll probably stream too, just a league or 2. I was hoping to play this blue list. If I can have somebody that was going to loan me the Uros yesterday, but I couldn't follow up on it. Yeah, I'm really curious to how this will play out. Like, I'm pretty skeptical about this this build, but I'm definitely down to try it for some leagues. Oh, you can rent them. So if you have like one of those passes with a company like Mana Traders, you can rent them and then give them to other people. It's not like specific to your account. Just don't know how those services work exactly. You have the contacts. If you could, that would be awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know that too. I feel like I see Uro enough online that there's enough copies of it out there that somebody will be willing to loan him out. And I'm like slowly like building my own online collection of cards, but this is not a card I really see myself playing all that often in general. And I definitely don't want to spend 80 tickets a piece on these, or whatever it is now. Nah, Terror, I got your back. You never, like, loaned me cards out, for the record. They all just heard. They did that with Allosaurus Shepherd when it first came out, too. Yeah, if I can get these Uros tomorrow, I think I might do a blue-green stream tomorrow. The other list that... Yeah, I saved it. I don't know where it saved it in this computer. But there's another list that had, like, Unbound Flourishing, or whatever the double your X cost and spells card is, with, like, Hydroid Crasis and Ballistas and Candelabras. That was a spicy list. And it also involved blue in the deck. But yeah, this is like Punishing Waterfalls list. And I prefer to like stream this on a time that he can watch. So if you're still watching this Waterfalls, like let me know if you're like available to watch this like tomorrow. So I'd be down to stream this for a couple leagues. And if I can't find the cards I need tomorrow, then I'll just play the usual. I'll always be down to play just the mono green list. Alright, well, I'll be back in like 20 minutes to finish up this challenge, and then play finish that league. So yeah, I hope you stick around or come back for the last 2 rounds. A new Elf win con. A new Infect Pump spell. Let's take a look. Hopefully opening this web browser won't crash my computer. I'm guessing this is the Elf win con. Why'd they have to say only once each turn? I mean, power level wise, I think that would be ridiculous if you like just got an extra elf every other elf you played. Just the wording is weird. I don't think Legacy Elves would play this card. That's interesting though. Just it's cool that the elf has like a token maker now that makes elf tokens. Like I know there's that the old one that makes insect tokens. But it's cool that like you get some more elves actually out of it. Oh yeah, Shaman of the Pack I think is the card you're talking about. Surprised. Well, I don't know enough about the Elves deck, but I'm glad Elves players don't usually include that card, the Shaman one. I feel like the matchup would get instantly like much more difficult for me. I guess just being like a 3-mana elf in a deck that like wants to keep as like small elf dense as possible. And like I know the elf lists are like super tight, so I see the reason for not running it, but I feel like Shepherd is a better win condition for them than this too. But it's cool though. Let's find this Infect card. Probably this. Artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Interesting. Path to the World Tree. Sometimes these card titles, I feel like they're running out of things to call cards. Things to name them. I'll find the Infect spell later. Do you guys think the most recent set is a Zendikar Rising? Is the last one? They toned down the power level for that, right? Since people were complaining about all the power creep sets before that. Not really. What's like the what ended up being like really powerful from the Zendikar? Is it like those lands that are also spells? Yeah, I think when I first saw the spoilers for Zendikar, people thought they'd be lower powered, but I haven't really kept up with it. So yeah, I guess I don't know that they're unpowered. It's lower powered. Yeah, it's an honest question. Like I don't see too many of those cards in Legacy. Snakes can veil. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll check it out after this. I'd say like I hope we get some good either a really good land or an artifact. Something good for green, but got some really good cards these last couple of years, so I don't think I can ask for much more. Master of Bones. My gut says to ship this hand. Mostly because of the 2 prime times. Like, you have stuff to do early game, but... much better. Yeah, I'll put Kozilek back. Do you hate, like, the mechanic turtle power, or just, like, the fact that you have lands that don't really count as lands when you're building your deck, or, like, what do you hate about them? Like, I actually kind of like the concept of them. But, like, the decks that I like to play, I don't think any of them are, like, worth it for what I like to do. Yeah, I'm the opposite. I love some extra utility lands. I really hope they make more, like, there was a land, this is, like, years old now, but, like, Nephalia Academy, it's a land that, like, when it's in play, if you were to discard a card, you can instead discard to the top of your library. Basically, like, a library of laying on the land. And even though, like, that card, like, is not good enough for this deck, I hope they go and make more cards like that. Like, that's what I'm, like, hoping to see from these new sets. Yeah, let's do this. This has me a little bit worried. But I guess if we're going to have another bad matchup, it might as well be in this particular event that we're already, like, dead to top 8 too. This looks like Sneak and Show. I was deciding if I wanted to play the Bojuka Bog out as my 3rd land. Since it's, like, the worst land, I wouldn't mind using that as Reclaimer fodder. But this map gives me the potential to, like, get Cavern and... Okay, I don't think it's gonna matter. This has to, like, not be Omniscience. Sneak attack's bad too. Okay. Alright, let's see. We'll get to keep 2 permanents in play after all of this. I think. I'm assuming. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think we have to get a Glimmerpost here as one of the lands for sure. I don't think we cracked the map because we need to have more permanents out. I'm thinking Karakas Glimmerpost, because we'll go to 23. That would allow us to survive an Emrakul. Well, I guess we're not getting another turn is the thing, but might as well at least, like, play to that out. I don't hate Chasm either because, like, if we had enough permanents to survive an Emrakul swing, we could at least, like, cut down on the cards that they draw via Gristlebrand. But the problem with Chasm is it just, like, eats away too many permanents, I think, to be worthwhile. Because we have 6 right now. If we got Chasm Karakas, we would have 7 after that. So we would get to keep 1 permanent after. Yeah, I don't know if, like, I really want a Karakas at some point. I think we want them to have just Emrakul here and not Gristlebrand. I think that's the only way we can win. Gristlebrand will probably just lose because they'll have enough red next turn. So maybe we don't get Karakas at all. or we don't, yeah, maybe like keeping Karakas around in play is not going to end up being, or no, we should get Karakas, yeah, in the hopes that it's just Emrakul here. Like, we have to hope they don't get another red source, and then this is just Emrakul and Griselbrand. Okay, yeah, it's going to be Glimmerpost Karakas. Because if this is just Emrakul right here, we survive this hit, and then we just hope they don't get another Emrakul in hand the next couple turns. And I think that's the way we would like win this here. It's a possibility. Alright, they had both. Let's get an extra turn at least. Maybe they whiff off if Griselbrand draws. Oh, you know what? We should just keep the Reclaimer around, and maybe if they... Fuck. Yeah, I think I fucked that up. Then if they, yeah, I don't think Karakas is going to do anything for us anyway at this point. Maybe they'll pay too much life, and we can just kill him. But yeah, since they have the Griselbrand there, I don't think Karakas will help us out in any way. Yay, tough matchups. Gonna get 2 Vesuvas here. Or 2 Glimmerposts, ultimately. We can survive one more Griselbrand hit, but not an Emrakul hit. And I had to play the Glimmerpost out in hand to do that correctly, just because I already had 2 Glimmerposts in the graveyard. I know, we're probably most likely dead, but you never know. Like, I've whiffed playing these kind of decks. Hopefully people don't, like, frown upon not scooping at that point. Because definitely on stream before, I've, like, pulled us out of, like, otherwise hopeless situations. I haven't played against blue-red, this blue-red sneak version in a long time. I don't really see this all that often anymore. I flooded with Emrakuls. I would never really know. I haven't played the deck. So unlike the Omnitel version, Pithing Needle is actually pretty good. So I might not want all these carpets, actually. At least want these 10 cards, and then maybe some number of carpets. I don't really like crop rotation here, so I think that's coming out. Is killing Arcane Artisan. If we have 6 mana, we could get a Ballista that's big enough to do that, but I don't know if that's going to be worth it. Probably not. I could see doing this and then maybe like a couple carpets for lack of like anything better at that point. So are you primarily a sneak and show player, Terror? Because I remember you were saying like you got trolled with like 4 containment priests on like camera. Yeah, I think that's how I want to do it. Because I was going to say, I don't think Through the Breach, the last list I saw didn't have that card. But I have seen like Artisan every once in a while. I don't know about this. I don't like this really. This is the most relevant card, but that's it. And we also don't have like a triggered ability to drop in. Like I think Pithing Needle will be a better thing to mull too. Ugh, God. Yeah, I can't keep this either. Keep one of these. And then probably just another green card. Probably Green Sun, I guess. In case we do draw like a Force of Vigor. I think that's like what we play to. Another thing I could do is, if I can survive like an Emrakul hit, I could Surgical the Emrakuls, and then the Karakas could just maybe preserve me against Gristlebrand for the rest of the game. Maybe that'd be better than Green Sun, actually. I would have to gain 3 life before that happens in order to... No, 5 life, because the extra 2 for Surgical then. Man. The problem with going that direction is like Surgical doesn't really do much else other than that. But I don't hate that idea though. Yeah, hopefully they'll do like last game. I'm gonna keep Surgical and just go for Surgicling Emrakuls and see where that takes us. If I get Cloudpost, they have to show and tell, sneak in, show in, and this will let me get 2 Glimmerposts and do everything that I said. And I don't want to also play out the Karakas, because I don't want to lose that to Annihilator. But I will play it out if they, like... If the time comes, or like if they are going to get like a sneak and attack in play. Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying it's a good plan by any means. There's just not much... If I mulled to 4 cards in a bad matchup, I see it more of as like an experimental thing. Let's just get these bad matchups out of the way today. He was lucky this time. I hope we draw a green card, and at least, like, are able to try that. Yes, okay. I really want to see how much we could possibly mess with them here. Like, it'll depend what they do, but... I feel like we have some decent options to make their life miserable. Interesting. It's actually going to throw a wrench in our plans, assuming they do what I said. It's probably just flooded mana. It's close to hard casting Omniscience at this point. I was wondering if this would happen. We'd have lots of options. Okay. Let's think this through. So what's the worst thing they could put in against us? Omniscience, probably. I feel like we have different, like, end games we could try to play for here. So I can keep the prime time in hand if I want to have the ability to have a second Force of Vigor. Have to think if that's going to be... So, like, we could put Emrakul in play. We'd have 2 Force of Vigors. But we would die to sneak attack and both monsters then. Yeah, it seems like they have a sneak attack to put in off of it. So I think it's either Emrakul or Prime Time coming in. If we put Prime Time in, then we'll want to gain life to survive the Gristlebrand Emrakul hit, of course. We could try the surgical thing that I was saying earlier. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, let's put the Prime Time in. The Force will probably get countered. I guess we don't have to even attempt that at the moment. But I do like just trying to take them off of Emrakul's forever. Yeah, let's put Prime Time in, see what happens. Omniscience. Oh, okay. That sucks. They put the other one in. I was hoping they wouldn't. Oh. Yeah, I think I had to force here. This line was like, if I had known this was going to be a possibility, or I knew it was possible, but I didn't think they would do this. I think I would have put Emrakul in and just had 2 forces. And then they could potentially force the first force. And if they do, we could attempt to surgical their Force of Will and go for a second one. But I guess that point is moot now. So yeah, I should just do this now, I think. They can just kill us with Release the Ants too, because our Emrakul's in hand here. But I think I have to. I can't, like, let them hardcast an Emrakul if I can help it. I wonder if I fucked up. I might have fucked up that, getting rid of the Green Sun too. Yeah, even that was probably a mistake. Because then I could have gotten a Forest and Green Sun for Rec Sage. Alright. I should have thought that far through. No payoff. So what's the best case scenario from this point? They don't have a payoff. Might hardcast an Emrakul. So I should probably just gain life here. I think I need to... Yeah, I think I have to get both life gain lands. Because one will only put me at 22. And I would just die to Emrakul Gristlebrand then. Then maybe next turn, if I live another turn, I'll get another green card to finally be able to get rid of the Omniscience. Yeah, let's do that. Man, I should have stopped and thought before I pitched that Green Sun. That might actually be relevant. Now I think our Surgical is going to be better for hitting their Force of Will. Because Emrakul's not going to hit the graveyard at any point. I guess I don't have to do that just yet. I should do it before they draw, though, in case they draw Force. I don't know, actually. I think we're dead now. Only bounce one of these guys. Even if we somehow did answer the two fatties, this guy was going to end up being a problem for us. Okay. Well, I guess we were just not beating that in any case. So, hope you all enjoyed, yeah, as bad as that matchup is and how it didn't work out, I hope you enjoyed the decision making there, because I feel like we had a game plan that could have possibly worked out. And in, like, difficult matchups like this, you have to, like, play to those outs. But yeah, yeah, Omniscience. Yeah. This is a tough call. Yeah, I could have Surgicaled. We could have used it to see. The problem with doing that would be, I was hoping the Surgical would, like, effectively, like do something rather than just giving us information. Because I feel like, given our hand, we only had so many possible choices we can make against what they would do. So I don't know about Surgical for that in that spot. But maybe, though. You could be right. Yeah, it seemed like with all their red mana, it felt like Sneak Attack was going to be the thing they put in. And if they had done that, then I kind of liked the Surgical that Emrakul's played. But that was definitely the worst. Definitely Omniscience was the worst thing they could do given that plan. Oh, you know what? I'm just happy that, like, the bad matchups are happening all in one challenge. was thinking eventually we'll run into like a slew of combo opponents. Yeah, so if I had known about Omniscience, I could have then put in Emrakul. Then before they pass priority, they would play their Emrakul. But then I would have 2 Force of Vigors in. Yeah, I think you might have been right, Terror. That might have been better. Then I would just have to... But oh yeah, I remember the reason why I didn't think that was good. Because then if we don't put the prime time in, then we can't have enough life to survive everything they would do. Let's see, we'd have to have 17 at that point. I don't remember if I could have survived this plus this at that point. I feel like that was like running through my head as to why one reason not to put Emrakul in. Oh, and also like Mindbreak Trap. I know this isn't like the matchup you would think Mindbreak Trap would be all that useful for, but in those kind of spots, I feel like they're the turn they go off, it's pretty helpful to have. That would effectively like answered one of their Force of Wills. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not like salty or anything. It's like a terrible matchup. But just for anybody that's like kind of interested in playing this deck, but they're worried about combo matchups, like I could say like at least you have some like game plans to work for. They're not like completely unwinnable. They're just difficult, and you know, if the opponent's not very experienced, sometimes you might put them in a really rough spot. Yeah, against Seek and Show before I have done the surgical Emrakul thing. And then with Karakas, or like also Maze of Ith, I guess would do the same thing. Like just Gristlebrand's usually not going to be enough. The Simeon Spirit guy beats though. Inexperienced. What about JPA? He's experienced. He plays blue-red. How far are we done? I don't think we can even break the top 32 at this point. I'll still play it out. No, it's only top 32. Yeah. Now let's do a league match now. I think we're just out of even getting our play points back. Is there anybody currently streaming Legacy that we can raid after I finish this league? Like Stryfo streams on Sunday, I know, often. I don't know like how long he streams after the event though. I've seen Lord Beerus stream before. Ooh, Goblins and Vintage Legacy. Yeah, if somebody can give me the name of that person, we can raid them. Goblin Lackey 1. The Goblin's Master. I think I've seen them on Sunday. Alright, well, let's just say leagues at this point. Ooh, Goblins and Vintage. I have to check that out. Does it use Goblin Recruiter? I think that's legal in Vintage. I remember Food Chain Goblins was a thing like a long, long time ago. If we're like super deep into this league when the next round starts, and I'll probably just drop then. Welder Wheels. I don't know what that deck is, but I could imagine what it probably is. Oh, Zodiac. They might be. This might be a Cloudpost mirror match. Try this. Glimmerpost, I think. Pithing Needle. Yeah. I don't particularly enjoy the mirrors, but like they're pretty complicated, I feel like. Second Forest might be good though. Could play a Forest next turn, crop ride it to a Cloudpost, and then get a Prime Time the turn after that. Hope that's good enough. It's going to be good for them. I'm not sure exactly what they'll name, but we have no surprises now. I've seen them play. I know this user because I've seen them play like their own blue-green show and tell lists in the past. Okay. 6 mana at least next turn. Pretty scary. This looks like the colorless version though, so I should play these needles out. I think we say Karn with one of them and probably just Ugin for the other. Even the Primeval Titan next turn might not be good enough. Spirit Dragon. Is there something I'm forgetting? Interesting. I wouldn't expect like traditional legacy goblins like to be strong enough to compete in Vintage, but I guess that's a thing. Let's check it out. Okay, let's see, they're definitely colorless. In order to do the primetime thing, I still have to crop right here. I was thinking if there was any way where I could avoid having to use the crop rotation for doing that, but I still have to. Rick. Oh my god. So I think we just hope they don't have, like, definitely at least not Emrakul. I don't think the colorless list would have it, but I think we just go ham with Cloudpost here. Kind of want Eye of Ugin too, but maybe Eye of Ugin is just better. Maybe Cloudpost. Hang on, let's go all out with Cloudposts. Because if they do Ulamog, then let's get Cloudpost. Final answer. Now, even if they do Ulamog, they'll probably remove Primetime Eye. But even then, I guess we could try to find something with Once Upon a Time. Yeah, restricted. 1 card versus 4. The other Ugin. It's unfortunate. But if this is the worst they have, we're probably still good. God, please no Ulamog, please no Ulamog. Just casually play 18 mana worth of spells in 1 turn. I think we're safe now, though. I might not even be completely out of the woods yet. It's one of those cases where even Emrakul might not be good enough. So with our Glimmerpost, we'll have access to 23 mana next turn. Should definitely get Emrakul next turn. What we do after that, the turn after, will be the question. Things can get funky when Cloudposts are involved, that's all I know. Yeah, they can cast stuff with this. We just don't have our Karakas at the moment. Yeah, so if we get like a crop rotation, it'd be really good. Yeah, I guess I could see. Maybe if he didn't name Reclaimer, I would have been more inclined to just search it up then. Another card. Might as well play that out. Not doing anything else with the mana. It might actually be relevant, not being able to activate Reclaimer at this point. Now, this keeps that from happening. I guess that probably was too much to overcome at that point. Still don't know how that last turn would have played out. Anyways, just Force of Vigors. That's all. It's not really a Chasm matchup at all. Maybe Maze. Maybe either Maze or Chasm is one of those two is worth keeping around. But I'm just gonna... Let's just hope we don't have to be defensive against them. Pulled off like a Thought Knot Seer for a couple turns with like Maze. But yeah, Force of Vigor is really like the only like card that's even a little bit relevant. It's actually really good against the colorless list. So yeah, I think this has potential in this particular matchup. If they play a Cloudpost, like I'll lead with Cloudpost as my first turn land, and if they play a Locust land as any of their first two lands, I can Rec Sage something. Or I could Once Upon a Time maybe find like a Ulamog and get that down before they can do something like relevant. Step 1. There's our green source too. I can Thought Knot Seer now. Ballista. Alright, it's definitely the better 4-drop there. It's not bad. I think I just want to ramp still at this point. The most mana they could possibly start with just their lands that next turn would be 7. Yeah. If their land is a Glimmerpost. Oh yeah, I remember when Jake was playing like a colorless version. Yeah, it's I think people group the green 12 post with the colorless one like way more than probably should be, because I think these are like pretty much, not pretty much, they definitely are two different decks. And this one's definitely put up its own results. It's smart though to not give us any more locusts. And I can't even like Ulamog if I find it. Alright, let's see what we draw first before we fire this off. Alright, it's just Once Upon a Time now. I think I have 9 mana total at most. Maybe I don't even fire that off at the moment. Force of Vigor. I don't think this stuff... I think they could play more potentially in like impactful spells next turn. I'll consider it before... like if I wanted to do that, I should have done it before Ballista got to attack. Like at this point, I might as well just wait. Maybe before they attack, I'll decide to force. Let's see, we'll definitely take 7 from this. Oh yeah, I see, cascading. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that might have been a punt by me. Okay, I gotcha. I was like, oh yeah, why would we care about Golos at this point? They can actually activate now. Okay, we might just have to Rec Sage now. Yeah, let's take a Cloudpost, I guess. Yeah, I don't want them to untap with that. Especially since that Once Upon a Time was so bad. Didn't really find anything meaningful. So the way this functions, they could just activate it and then still be able to cast whatever they want. Mono Cascade? I haven't seen this. I'm curious. I don't really care about the challenge all that much at this point. Hey Waterfalls, if you're still watching, the more I think about it, I kind of want to try that other list you sent me with like the Unbound, the X-Spell one. But I don't think you were watching earlier when, like I want to try one of these builds out when like you're able to watch it. Yeah, like this is much more worthwhile to Force of Vigor now. I think I'm going to pitch the Excavator. It's not super useful for me. I think the Show and Tell list is like, we have a better chance of doing well with that one, but the other one's more spicy. I'm kind of thinking, like, I kind of want to experiment quite a bit in that kind of, that mood. Let's see. I don't have enough to like Ulamog if we were to find it even. I kind of hate playing out like a Locust Land at all. Because, let's see. If I have a fourth Locust, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to just play Cloudpost here and pass. No, let's play the Reclaimer out. Just get that ready to go. And if he wants to pump mana into Ballista to kill it, wouldn't be the worst thing for me. That's 10 mana now. I was hoping you wouldn't play that land. Okay. Still a chance. So I think next turn we play Glimmerpost. Once Upon a Time. Hope we find Emrakul or Ulamog. Damn. Dark Depths at this point. I think that's probably our best option of these. And just hope we draw something relevant like next turn. Oh, I played my land already. Fuck. Alright. I think we're gonna lose this one. Yeah, we have to do something next turn. So like maybe if we draw like a Pithing Needle. I think we just lost. We just have to top deck this next turn. And also not get devastated by something this turn from them. That's definitely a devastating thing. Yeah, it's with these awful Once Upon a Times. Not finding what we want. Yeah, I think I can make this work. Crop rotation's a little slow, but yeah, let's try. Just play this map out turn 1 off of Forest. Yeah, I feel like being on the play, like obviously that's very relevant in like all of Magic, especially in like Cloudpost mirrors. See if they play Cloudpost turn 1, they'll force us to think harder. If they don't play Cloudpost, then I want to play Cavern as my land. Okay. Yeah, let's just play the Cavern out this turn. Spyglass. I think on the crop rotation, you get a Thespian stage instead of this Cavern, and then also use map to get a Cloudpost. Is that too slow? You don't even need to crop ride at the moment. Maybe just hold off one more turn on that. You could also just let them Spyglass like the map, and we're still like ahead if they're ramping, like over them. Just like once we introduce a Cloudpost to the battlefield, you know, we have to. That's like the dangerous thing. And I think I could let them have the option of naming map here. I'll play this out if I want to focus on the league at this point. Maybe I should have just used the map. So now I don't have like a really good land to play. like, if I don't draw a decent land next turn, then I'll just set to crop rotation then, I think. Yeah, map's a good name. Alright, let's see what we draw. I made the jump now. No looking back. I think stage is good for them because they'll get to dictate when another locust enters, but if they play a locust land now, then I can green sun potentially. Yeah, I think this is fine. And I'll just hardcast the Force next turn if they let me keep that. Sorry, opponent. I hate doing this. They definitely have a tough decision on their hands, too. Oh, hey, Neville Shoot. Nice to see you. It's, I feel like it's been a while since you've been in chat. The challenge is not going swell today. I'm actually out of the running for that entirely. Like 2 and 4 in that. I'm just playing a league match here. But, yeah, it's been like fun, had some fun matches today. Lots of combo opponents today. It's finally ran into a slew of bad matchups. Actually started it against Doomsday round 1. So that should have like been a sign. Lost that match easily, of course. Yeah, there's been some spicy Doomsday lists I've seen recently. I'm sure you're aware. On Locust Land. That's not terrible. Now we could Green Sun for Rec Sage. And then also be able to use map after that. Yeah, I think I still play it to the mana advantage that I have right now. Like, it'll take some time for them to make the stage a Cloudpost. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I saw like one of the lists in the deck dump was like had like 4 personal tutors. Just kind of spicy. But yeah, I've been on pretty much the same 12 Foes list the last couple of months. I haven't felt the need to make any tweaks just yet. And maybe paper will come back. I mean, the metagame always, the online meta always had its own thing going for it. Okay, let's use this map now, this time. I think just Glimmerpost here. We can also get our own Thespian stage. Now I think we get a Locust land at this with this map. Then if they play their own Locust land, we could play Eye and get our Kozilek down. If they do that right now, then I might as well. They can do that even without this Eye. Okay, let's just act quickly. I think I want stage here of my own. That takes them off of mana, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Even if they do play a Locust land, I can play Eye and then play Kozilek. Just hope that's good enough. If not, I can hold off before I add more Locusts to the battlefield. I feel so shitty about doing this to opponents. Oh, interesting. Torpor Orb. Just clearly like double queuing themselves. Maybe it was wrong to get this Thespian stage off that map. Just considering they're behind as it is. Come on, Kozilek. Get us something good. Just go all out on mana here, I think so. Let's just not get Emrakul next turn. I think we can survive Ulamog. We just need to not give them... I guess we just lose to Emrakul. Or we could probably just survive an Emrakul still. We can't survive... Oh no, they have... Okay, this thing. Alright. In that case... Yeah, I'd still put the prime time in. And if they don't suspect the Force of Vigor, it's just another threat too. Let's not overthink this. I guess we'd lose to Ulamog here because we can't block then. Alright. Or no, yeah. Yeah, just forget what I'm saying. Speaking nonsense. And the always complicated 12 post meters. Alright. Let's see if we can trophy after this. Ooh. Island once upon a time. Oh, slivers, okay. No, I don't really care about this anymore. Let's just play the league out. Sorry about it. Like, we 100% are not in the running. If your heart's not into something, I feel like you shouldn't waste the time. I should have just decided that a long time ago to not keep the opponent waiting, but... oh well. Oh, nice. Wait, 2 Ice Fangs? How did you miss the other 2? Already in play. How are you doing in the challenge, Wombo? I was playing this other league match and missed the standings. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, I didn't do well this challenge either. 2 and 5. Wait, what deck were you playing against? That only has this Ice Fangs as win conditions? He's... I'm gonna try to take a chance with this hand. Something that just chips away with Ice Fangs. That's... doesn't seem spectacular. Alright. It's looking not bad here. Hope we find this Cloudpost. Yeah. Oh, Dream Crusher? The, Yeah, I hope they do well. They were our round 1 opponents on Doomsday. Yeah, I might end up crop rotation or crop riding end of turn. Oh, okay. 2-4 OP players. Gotcha. Understood. One comma, Tony. I was considering crop riding the forest for another Cloudpost, but that doesn't speed up the Ulamog at all. I'd rather attempt that next turn with, like, sacking a Glimmerpost instead. But I do think that's what's going to happen this next turn. Alright, let's prompt this fetch first thing with this other needle. And I'll probably crop ride in response to this. Response to this, then. Yeah. Damn it, yeah, maybe I needed to get rid of the forest. I guess just Thespian Stage probably will be enough. Well, I guess this way any land I draw... We can afford to be patient this match, so this will be good for the long run. Snow Mutavault? What the fuck? They did a Snow Mutavault in Modern Horizons, right? Or something like that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Remember, there were like a bunch of spoilers, like, just today. That's what it sounds like. More Oko hate. People leaking forced their hand. Perfect. That's... Oops. Let's start finding through counters now. More switching Brainstorm. Hopefully they don't back to basics. I think Ulamog. Just take him off of some mana here. Oops. I don't like that red. Normally I would probably cast Kozilek in that spot, but seeing how Hull Breacher is pretty popular these days, I'll hold back on the Kozilek then. Two Ulamog. Nah. I'm still set on my Kozilek. I want some like variation in that like spot in the deck. That third like top threat. Like Ulamog is usually what you want, but it's not always what you want. I prefer Butcher. Just I like the Annihilator. I like having the Kozilek like be a threat to the board. Just I think it's more consistent with the overall game plan of the deck. Just like dominating the board, but also yeah, like the shuffle trigger gives you some like staying power in like grindy matchups. Or yeah, Snoko. Let's not be stupid here. We're on the verge of a league trophy, so at least we'll try and end the stream on a high note. But yeah, the challenge, and not the day, not our day today. Yeah, let's do like that. Let's keep a couple of Reclaimers, but I'll do 61. Why not? Yeah, exactly. Typical Chaz. I mean, I see, like... I don't think it's a terrible idea to have, like, a second Ulamog. But I wouldn't run, like, a second one of those before I had, like, at least, a third different Eldrazi. Which in my case, of course, is, like, Butcher of Truth. Yeah. Hydroid Crisis. I think the Sandal will be good too. Just need to find the Cloudpost. Yeah, let's make him have a Reclaimer answer. Whoever told me about this Vintage Goblin streamer, forget who said that, but if anybody knows the name of the streamer, gets to raid them. Oh, are you the one that's streaming Terror? I'll raid you if it is. Like, whoever you were specifically mentioning, we can raid them afterward. This is going to be my last match for today. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Challenge didn't go so well, but that's how it goes sometimes. I'm going to stream like a league or two tomorrow. If I can acquire Uros, then I'll probably try something spicy. Oh shit, this deck. This is not what I was expecting. Okay. But if not, I'll just do something more typical. It's gonna suck if this first Cloudpost gets pyroblasted. But I don't want to wait on this. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I will. Alright. Don't think our life total is going to be relevant, so... This threw me for a loop entirely. I was just like regular Snoko. Yeah, I think this was like Rug Painter. Remember Elf Kid was playing this. He top 8'd one of the same challenges that we top 8'd as well. Yeah, so I feel really good again about the matchup. I think this is great for us. You have to get through all the red blast though. Annoying. I'm gonna transition to start beating down with a small creature soon. Fish Duggery? Is that the... Yeah, thanks for the follow. Gotta run out of Pyroblast at some point. They really don't have a clock at all either. You can take 2 hits a turn. It's good for multiple reasons. I think I'm definitely getting another Reclaimer now. Yeah. 1 mana Stone Rains. I think they're pretty good. And 5 lands in the graveyard. And that's our last Reclaimer too. Or no, yeah, because I sided out 2 of them. That's why. Okay, we still got a second or third game, even if we can't pull it out this time. Yeah, maybe now that I know that they're on like a painter list, probably bring the Reclaimers back in. Yeah, agreed. I know they could bolt this Reclaimer, but I'm okay just not taking this damage here. It's our last Cloudpost too. Make it count. Yeah, I was had a bad challenge. It's 2 and 5 today. Definitely the worst challenge like I've had in a while, but that's Magic sometimes. Really happy people still stuck around to watch this. Appreciate all of you and your support. If you haven't followed already, it'd be good if you did that. But yeah, and I'll be back playing like a league or two tomorrow as well. Yeah, thanks, Pokeroki. It's been pretty good. Yeah, Oko with everything. Seriously. Alright, I think I have to play the Chasm now. There's the third piece of their combo. It's scary. We'll just die if they find a Grindstone then. We also will die to, whatchamacallit, to a Red Blast. But I need to Chasm here. Let's do this while we have mana. And luckily, I'm pretty sure this deck doesn't have... Okay, I spoke too soon. They have Brainstorm. I was gonna say, like, Painter doesn't usually filter very well. But, yeah, we'll be back at the challenge grind next weekend. But definitely come tune in tomorrow for some chill leagues, some laid back Magic. Oh, thank you for the raid, Diablo. Welcome to my stream, everyone. Playing some Legacy 12 hosts here. We're fighting for a trophy here. This is our 5th matchup here. Ooh, as for Gorios. Sounds cool. Is it kind of like that deck that uses like I'm not super familiar with Modern, like the Gristle brand, the Shoal deck or something. Oh, okay, gotcha. I think they would have Red Blasted this by now if they had it, so... I want a Forest no matter what here, but I think I'm going to copy their Tropical, because that way I'll get green, but then it had the stage in play still, which would be the better land to have available. So yeah, let's do that. But yeah, this is the, this mono green post list is the deck that I'll always be having on stream, or at least competitively. Been tuning it for most of the last year. What happened to their Soul Guide Lantern? Isn't paying... Oh, they used it. Thank God. Alright, well, hopefully we can dodge one more, like, Tormod's Crypt effect. I'm gonna get at least some life gain off this Primeval Titan. Let's do Cloudpost, Glimmerpost. That'll let us keep Chasm around one more turn. And Yeah, we also want to play to this prime time, the second one that we have in hand. And we're just dead to a red blast in any case. And then we can get Eye. If we do survive the turn, we can more safely get Eye of Ugin next turn and protect it with Stage. Maybe we don't have the mana to do it completely safely, but this is what I've committed to. I don't think they have a... I guess they could have, like, hardcast Force. Because I was kind of thinking of just, like, attempting the Rec Sage. Maybe clearing the Painter Servant. But I don't know if I need to do that. Like, I could potentially save... I want to be able to also protect my lands. Let me think here. Yeah, I don't think I actually do that. I think we just hope we don't hit. We dodge another Soul Guide. Like this will play around a red blast better by not playing the Rec Sage here. Just Cloudpost still. So we would lose like a Tormod's Crypt or a Soul Guide Lantern here. So they would kill us with the Grindstone Painter combo. I guess we could die to Bolt too. I think we can be safe against that too if we do this right. And we don't have to get rid of the Chasm entirely this next turn. As long as we have enough stages, or enough Cloudposts after this. Yeah, we can, I think. Let's do, make this a copy of Chasm here. Let's attempt to gain life first. And if this doesn't work, then we can still... Yeah, I wonder if they kept Bolton at all. Like, they probably have a Force of Will, but I don't want to just, like, walk into a Lightning Bolt. I guess I should still just Emrakul here, at, like, the very least. Then next turn, if I do the same thing with, like, a stage, I could maybe work around, like, a potential... Lightning Bolt, just keep the stage around like one more turn. I know it might sound like I'm being, oh yeah, painter. Fuck, okay. Well, that's a good reason to... Yeah, I swear, I mess this up like every time. Like, I don't see painter for like a year. And then like the one time I do play against him. That was stupid. Yeah, no, like, I'm like an idiot for not remembering that. Because this happens like every time. But then you don't think about it, and then it does. Am I really just gonna allow myself to die to Bolt now? I think we might be at that point. I don't even know if they run Bolt typically. Well, we have to make use of this Rec Sage, so I guess we're gonna die to a counter anyway, if that gets countered. Oh, Green Sun works too. We could just... Yeah, I kind of feel like trying to hit them with Green Suns. And just keep stage around still. It'd be sad if we draw a prime time this turn. Hold on. Let's leave it this map. Okay. It's fine. Alright, the counters are gone now. Unless they draw like a force to hardcast next turn. I think we just pitch the chasm, not keep it around one more turn. Just accept that we die to Bolt. But I think if we gained enough life with these prime times, it might just be good. Yeah, I can't keep chipping away my mana. Just, we'll part with the chasm though. Let's get another prime time. Gain 12 life. Will that be enough to save me? I don't know. Last prime time. Hopefully they don't have like force blue card, but I think they would have countered that Green Sun if they did. And then I just need to cast the Rec Sage next turn. Probably played too scared this game, those turns, keeping the chasm around. I don't know why, like, Lightning Bolt was a thought before, but then, like, towards the ending parts, started getting scared of that. And the hesitation on the brainstorm makes me happy. It's potentially pretty good for us. Now, I was hoping we could maybe get a Vesuva to copy Cavern of Souls, name Elf with that one, to guarantee this, but I ran out of Vesuvas. Eight lands this game. 8 lands in the graveyard. I guess the second painter would be terrible for us here too. If they play another painter, then I'll just kill Grindstone with a Rec Sage. He stole one of my prime times. Okay, that makes sense. Shit, we might just lose right here. Let's Maze of Ith something. They're giving me the painter? Ooh. So I'll take 4. Should I just double block the painter here? I think so. So I'll take 7, go to 6. Yeah, I'm going to double block the painter. I hope I can kill that. Make life a lot easier if we get rid of painter this way. And they have 1 card in hand, so I don't think I can die at 6 life this turn. It's possible that they forgot about Maze of Ith also. Something I would do. I would forget about this card. I wonder if they had like a lightning bolt in hand then. Oh no, then I probably shouldn't have double blocked. That's probably stupid. Because then even if they did have an answer, I would still kill the servant. Or, nah. It's been a long stream, everyone. Not making much sense with what I'm saying. Okay, there's their last card in hand. So let's activate Eye. Or no, fuck. Shit. This doesn't work the way I want it to. Alright. Some more thinking to do. Jeez. I'm pretty sure whatever we do here will involve Ulamog one way or another. So we search up Ulamog, we kill these two creatures, we send the Prime Gems to Oko, and then they can come at us with this. But I could Maze of Ith one of them. So I'm still dead to Bolt, I guess. But I don't think... We haven't even seen Bolt yet, so I shouldn't even worry about that. Okay, so Ulamog, Oko, and a creature. Then I can hold back both of these to block. Well, I'm just dead to these ice things otherwise, with the flying. I guess it's probably just better in general to hold creatures back to block. But we can, like, block all... If I hold them all back, I can block all these on the ground here. So I think I just Ulamog. Oh, maybe I don't even care about Oko at this point. Let's see, what could they do if they hit 2 Coatls? Or if I kill 2 Coatls, they could steal one of these Titans with Oko. Yeah, I don't really care. I can protect Ulamog. I'm just thinking if I need to answer this Oko, like right now with this Ulamog. Just trying to, let's see, we don't want to just die to a Bolt, or I think we can have the smartest play here. It's all in this game. We're using all our clock for this. Okay. What happens if they steal a prime time? Oh, okay. We're not gonna lose. The only way we lose to Bolt is if I don't kill 2 Ice Fangs. Like, that much is true. I just don't think I want Oko to hang around for a turn, like, no matter what. Yeah, I'll just, yeah, I'll lose to Bolt. I'll accept that. And the 4 Ice Wings are all flyers, so I can't, like, not die to Bolt if I don't kill. Whatever. We lose to Bolt. That's the thing that matters now. Definitely maze one of these. We don't have Emrakul mana next turn, but we have options. It's not bad. I think I just get a big enough Walking Ballista. kill these and then just swing at him. That's the cleanest way. I'm sure you're right, Pokemoki. I'm a very, I'm not an all-around Magic player. I don't like, combat math is something I haven't had to do in a long time. But you're probably right. I was more concerned with, like, the clock here, too. Just do it for one more. I don't know. This might be loose here. Alright, let's try it. Kind of regretted not even, like... I honestly like that Maze of Ith, too. Yeah, there might have been a better way to do this for sure. Hopefully they don't, like, play an instant speed blocker. Oh god. Oh shit, yeah, food. Fuck. Alright. We still have Maze of Ith. Five cards in library. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's no Bolt. Man, if I had known that and had been scared, I would have just not played that around it for so long. Okay, yeah, that was a grind. Maybe I played too scared, but I feel like there was probably a line we could best, like a safest way to navigate that. But it might have teetered there towards the end of that. Yeah. But yeah, that was a good high note to end that on. Yeah, 5, like, fucking red blasts. Enough of those. Like, Painter. Alright, well, we'll attempt, yeah, nah, it's been a while since I trophied. Yeah, I do well in challenges, but really not in leagues all that often. So today was kind of like a reverse opposite day. Hey, thank you guys. So I'm gonna send you over to somebody that's preferably playing Legacy, but if there's no one streaming Legacy, let's, rate somebody playing Vintage. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Pokimoki, and everybody else. Definitely follow me if you haven't already. I'm going to stream a couple leagues tomorrow afternoon, so be sure to tune in for that. I'm going to see if I can acquire some Uros, and if I can, I'm going to try some Spice, some blue-green posts tomorrow. But if I can't track those down, then I'll play something more typical. Something just green, most likely. Man, I kept asking the person for who the Goblins player in Vintage was. Terror. But, alright, I don't know what's going on. So I think I'm just going to close the stream here. But yeah, thanks everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good